Okay, let's see how these levels are, because the music sounds a little loud in my ears, but tell me. But also hello. I'm gonna start this video in Portuguese after I figure out the levels. Let's see if anybody is still around. I started a little bit late today too. Did I post everywhere that I was supposed to? I think so. So yeah, somebody tell me how the levels are, and then we will get started. I can fix that. Okay, that should be better. And I think I should post to YouTube itself. So give me just a second and I'm going to create a post. Anyway, while I do that, vamos direto para português. Pois sim, a música tem que ficar no fundo. Eu queria começar este vídeo em português, pois da última vez falámos muito em inglês e eu acho que vai ser a mesma coisa hoje. Então hoje queria começar em português para quem vai ver o vídeo depois. Que mais queria dizer? Então, para começar o vídeo, vocês já sabem como funcionam estas lives, pois falo em inglês e português, eu faço tradução em simultâneo à melhor das minhas habilidades de fazer isso, mas isso depende muito do quanto me lembro de ter dito e tudo mais. Ok, então, eu posso ficar um pouco mais no português ou um pouco mais no inglês, depende do chat, depende depende dos vários fatores, mas é por isso que eu faço esse aviso logo de entrada. Mas para quem não saiba, eu sou Sasha, eu sou especialista em língua portuguesa, na linguística portuguesa. Este canal dedica-se à linguística portuguesa e faço estas lives para ter uma conversa casual, para tratar dos assuntos dos vídeos. Tenho um vídeo de há um mês mais ou menos, um pouco mais, algo assim, sobre o português de Moçambique. Vão lá ver, se ainda não o viram. Mas não tenho vídeo novo para esta live. Normalmente eu faço lives quando eu tenho um vídeo novo para falar mais sobre o assunto. Desta vez não é assim, mas é o fim do ano, então queria fazer uma live porque todos estão assim nesta vibe de fazer coisas no fim do ano e eu também queria fazer. Olá Paulo, olá Motoqueiro Cometa, hello everyone, little quick English, hello, not that topic, and hello Mac. Motoqueiro Cometa, eu não te vou responder isso porque eu sei do que se trata e eu não acho apropriado para este canal, mas é engraçado. Enfim, estas lives são assim, eu faço em português e inglês. Para quem não saiba, agora pois também tem este indicador que vos indica a língua que estou a falar e um recado na outra língua para dizer que eu vou voltar para outra língua logo em seguida. Se me quiserem apoiar, podem pagar-me um café, que é esta coisa aqui em baixo. Há um link onde vocês podem me dar $5, que é basicamente o valor de um café. É um site onde me podes apoiar no canal, ou se tiverem a sentir-se generosos ou algo assim, é uma opção. Mas os vídeos são sempre gratuitos e vão continuar a ser sem publicidades. Eu não monetizo o canal, então é isso. Not Sasha Grey, for fuck's sake. Que mais? Eu acho que não há mais para avisar, como os avisos de sempre. Então é isso. Queria começar esta live em português, pois eu queria falar-vos um pouco sobre o que eu ando a fazer hoje e isso vai ser o tema, mas também vou seguir o chat e vamos falar um pouco assim. Mas eu queria agradecer-vos pela resposta ao vídeo anterior, ao vídeo mais novo que eu fiz sobre o português de Moçambique, porque foi muito bem recebido. Voltei ao YouTube este ano depois de 2 anos e foi uma grande surpresa que basicamente todos voltaram a ver o vídeo. E isto também para dizer que eu tenho planos para mais um vídeo. Recentemente eu li um livro que este livro que trata de reforma ortográfica planeada para 1986, que não se realizou, mas que serviu de base para o acordo ortográfico de 90, e sim. Basicamente o acordo ortográfico de 90... Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Alexis, for the coffee. Wow, that was really loud. We're gonna turn her down just a little bit. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate that. O acordo ortográfico de 86 serviu de base para o acordo ortográfico que eventualmente foi realizado em 90. E eu li este livro e deu-me a inspiração de fazer um vídeo sobre uma história completa das reformas ortográficas da língua portuguesa. Então, vai ser isso que vou fazer proximamente no canal. Eu não vou prometer nenhuma data, pois não tenho data especificamente. Eu vou ter que fazer um pouco mais de pesquisa. Vou ter que organizar todo o vídeo, mas pretendo fazer um vídeo sobre a história completa da ortografia portuguesa, o sistema de grafar o português, proximamente aqui no canal. Ou seja, pode ser daqui a um mês, pode ser daqui a 2 meses, 3 meses, sei lá, eu não vou prometer uma data, mas vai acontecer. Era isso que eu queria falar, ao dizer em português. Eu vou para o inglês agora. Ok, we're coming to English now. Yeah, that notification scared the shit out of me. That was very loud. Okay. And my brain is all scrambled. Anyway, back to English. So, hello, welcome to my channel. Welcome to my lives. For those of you who are new here, I do these lives very periodically. Not very regularly. Normally I do a live when I have a new video, but I don't have a new video this time. The most recent video that I did was about Mozambique in Portuguese, so if you would like to go watch that, I recommend you go do so. I have a whole playlist with videos about Portuguese in Africa, if you are so inclined, and they all kind of go together. But my most recent video is about Portuguese in Mozambique. I'm doing a live right now just because it's the end of the year, and we're all kind of in that vibe. And yeah. So I wanted to talk a little bit about things I've been up to this year that are kind of relevant to the channel, what I have planned soon for what we're gonna do on this channel, and just chat with everyone based on what you have in mind. If you have any questions for me, they don't have to strictly be related to language, just as long as they're not completely out of left field, like this question I got from Motoqueiro Gumeta. Yeah, and we're really starting strong today. So these lives work in a sort of silly way, but I try to keep them accessible to everybody in the best way that I can, which is to say that I translate everything that I'm saying into English and Portuguese kind of simultaneously, well, not simultaneously, but like one after the other. And so I have a little indicator here that shows you which language I am talking in, and this is a little message in the other language that says that I will be right back to the other language after I am done yapping. So if you hear me speaking Portuguese and you don't understand Portuguese, wait a little minute, like 5 minutes maybe, less, and I'll get back to English. The lives are more in Portuguese or more in English, depending on who's chatting and what we're talking about and so on. So, you know, there's that. And my translations are to the best of my abilities based on what I remember. Also, we just got this really loud notification, which I did turn down a little bit. But if you would like to support me, or you on my channel, or you're just feeling generous, I have a Buy Me a Coffee, which is this thing down below, which there's a link. And you can basically send me $5 to buy me coffee, and or it goes in increments of 5, I guess. A little notification will pop up if you do so, but it's not necessary. All of my videos are free. They're not even monetized. I don't put ads on them on YouTube, and it will probably always stay that way because I don't expect to ever blow up to a large enough size on this site to make it worthwhile. So yeah, it's just a fun little extra for me. So yeah, if you want to support me, you absolutely can do so, but no pressure. So yeah, so today I'm gonna go with, hey Enrique, hola. Mac, please. Oh my god. You're not wrong though. Today I was going to talk a little bit about what I've been up to this year in general that's relevant to the channel. I have said that I think 3 times now, so I'm repeating myself. I'm going in circles. And I want to talk a little bit about language learning today because I know that's something that like the people who don't know anything about Portuguese often have questions about. So if you have any questions about that, let me know. I will be giving a little bit of my review of things like apps and whatnot, a little update on that. Because I have videos about this, but they're old. And so I wanted, since I have had some further considerations over the last like year or two, I wanted to update about that and my sort of 2025 thoughts about like language apps and language learning methods and things. And maybe we'll talk about polyglots on YouTube again. I don't know. But what I was saying in Portuguese is that I read this book. This book is about the orthographic reform of 1986 that did not happen in Portuguese, or in Brazil and Portugal. It was intended to be a radical departure from current orthographic standards in the language, and then it did not happen because it sparked a really contentious debate in Portugal specifically, especially for some of the things that it related to. Is there a high-pitched sound? Let me know. Carmen. Hi, Carmen. I don't hear a high-pitched sound, but let me know what the high-pitched sound sounds like. That's not helpful, but let me know and we'll see. Because I think my lights sometimes make that sound. Anyway, all of that is to say that my next video is probably going to be a complete history of Portuguese orthography based on the fact that I just got inspired by reading this book. So I'm not promising a date or a time. Let me do something real quick with my mic because it might be my mic. Let me see. Let me know if that helped it. Anyway, I'm not going to promise a date or a time for the next video because every time I promise a date or promise a general time frame for my videos, it does not happen. All I'm going to say is that it could happen and I could be inspired and have done the research and organization that I need to do to make it, you know, in a month or 2 months or 3 months or however long, but it will probably be the next video that I make and I would like to do it soon-ish. So again, no promises, but that is kind of my plan for coming up on this channel. Housekeeping. Is there anything else? I don't think there's anything else to do for housekeeping. Love a deep dive into language apps and your preferences. Yeah, we'll talk about that for sure. Okay, describe the noise to me, please, because I don't hear it, unfortunately. And I don't know what it might be. Because sometimes my lights make a really irritating high-pitched sound. And we can see if it's that, but... Miserable Hag. I still love that username. Welcome. Welcome to my live. Would also be interested in a language app review. Have any thoughts from an andragogy and learning design standpoint, but would love to hear from a language learning perspective. Yeah, we'll definitely... okay. Oh, it's definitely these lights. Okay, hold on. Let's see if this fixes it. We're gonna get really blown out here. Okay, is it still going? Because that should fix it. wait on the chat, and then we will talk about language learning apps. Okay, so I need to replace these ring lights. I have two little ring lights. Okay, well, I'm glad to know that it's that. I'm glad to know that I cannot adjust the brightness of these lights without it causing that god-awful high-pitched sound, which the mic picks up very well. I had this problem the last time when I made my video, when I sat down to record it and not doing a live, I had that sound in the background of I was going to edit the whole thing, and then I had to completely re-record the whole video because I could not get rid of it. So yes, this is not the first time I've encountered that sound. I just didn't hear it this time, so I thought we were in the clear. Evidently that was not the case. Yeah, so I mean, we can talk about language learning. I'm happy to talk about language learning because this year I've had the pleasure of getting to use Rosetta Stone, which has been interesting. I have some thoughts about things like app design and... Sorry, let me make sure that I don't have any notifications as well. Yes, so I have some thoughts about things like app design when it comes to language apps. I have some thoughts and feelings about the actual methodology of language learning that is used in apps, and also just like strategies for language apps, and like what you can actually realistically expect from them. Which is to say not very much. I mean, I think that you can get a base of languages and language learning in apps, but I think that people have really unrealistic expectations for them. And so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that a little bit. But I have had the opportunity to use Rosetta Stone this year, which has been really cool. I got gifted a subscription to a language, which was nice. Although I do feel like I chose German. I was between German and Hebrew because those are both languages that I just sort of like to study out of curiosity more than anything else. And I kind of wish I had chosen Hebrew just because it's a little bit more interesting in terms of just like newness and the fact that I just don't really know much of it. But alas, I chose German, which is something that I have studied off and on just to decipher its syntax, and I wanted to see how it compared to Duolingo in particular, because I have done Duolingo. Mac, did Joe give me that? He did not, but I did get it through that. We'll just say that. I'm not going to give that whole thing away, but basically it wasn't Joe himself, but it was Rosetta Stone. Yeah, and I wanted to compare Rosetta Stone to Duolingo as well in that way, just for my own personal sake. I also have thoughts about Rosetta Stone versus Duolingo for things like Portuguese. Rosetta Stone and Duolingo both only offer Brazilian Portuguese as well, which is comprehensible, but a little bit disappointing. But at least they're pretty transparent about it. Like, they don't include a Portuguese flag when they're offering you their course, and they say Brazilian Portuguese in some, like Rosetta Stone actually writes it out as Brazilian Portuguese. Duolingo just uses flag and I think just says Portuguese, but you kind of understand that it's meant for Brazilian Portuguese. But Duolingo's Brazilian Portuguese is a computer and it sounds crazy. So it's hard not to be better than Duolingo when it comes to that. Although I think that the methodologies of Duolingo are not terrible. But anyway, I got gifted Rosetta Stone, so I have some experience with that. I've also used other apps like Memrise, and sometimes I'll just open up, I'm trying to find some now, but sometimes I'll just open up random apps that allow me to sort of see what people might be searching for in their app stores and clicking on and downloading. Sometimes that's sometimes those can be good. Sometimes, like you open up an app store and you see just a whole bunch of like really just the shittiest apps you can possibly imagine. Hey Paige, Welcome to my live. We are talking about language learning apps to get started today. Yeah, and sometimes you find apps that seem really well designed, but they don't have any downloads and they don't really have a big user base, and then you kind of poke around them and you realize that there's a reason for that. Babbel is another one. I have not explored it very much because it's not free. So I don't know that much about it, although I do always sort of try to mention it in passing, like it is an option. There are other apps that aren't necessarily like language learning, like learn in the app type of apps. Like there's italki, which is sort of like a platform that connects people for like tutoring, which is a really good option for people who already have basics. And then there are other things that exist out there like flashcard apps, and my opinion on flashcard apps and flashcard learning in general is sort of not very popular with the crowd of people who love to learn languages forever and ever and ever and make no progress in them. Which is how I feel that flashcard learning tends to end up, especially with language learning, just because languages require contextualization and flashcards cannot give you that. Although I will say that like if it does work for you, that I think that's wonderful, and like keep at it, because ultimately it's about getting the information in your head whatever way is best for you. But my review of the flashcard apps that exist out there, and there are a billion of them out there, is that they're not that great, and I don't really recommend them. You know, again, I think that the people that tend to swear by them are also the people who tend to be people who are just kind of always learning but not actually progressing. Like people who make it kind of their personality to be learning instead of actually like absorbing the information and using it. Again, I think that it's sort of inherent in the method there, but that is also an opinion that is not extremely popular among the language learning crowd, among a certain set of people. So there's that. I think that apps tend to fall into those kind of three basic categories of like the autodidactic, like the self-learning apps, and then the like hook you up with the tutor apps, and then the like flashcards. I was a Spanish major and took 2 semesters of Portuguese. Oh, good. I'm glad that you took Portuguese as well. But I'd like thoughts on how to get back into it after like 10 years. Go back to a classroom or something else. I will answer that in just a second. I tried Anki for Mandarin, but didn't see the point. Yeah, I don't see the point of it either, especially Mandarin. I think that rote learning like that is maybe fine for learning Chinese characters, because that's really the only way you can kind of learn Chinese characters. You just have to repeat them enough until it sticks in your head. But that's a very specific and extreme use case, and that kind of presupposes that you already know Chinese, which you're not going to learn through a flashcard. So yeah, Anki is very, 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 very popular. I mean, there are Anki decks for literally everything. But you know, and if it works for people, I think that's wonderful. You should always use the things that you feel are working for you. But if you have been studying a language for 5 years and you cannot get past a B1 or a B2, and especially if you're stuck on flashcards, you might want to revisit that and think about why that is. Because there's no reason that you can't learn a language and genuinely progress. You know, our brains are not, I mean, everybody's different, but like our brains are not so solidified that we can't learn languages as adults. We just have a more limited capacity for like accents and certain types of things, but like you can still become fluent in a language as an adult, even if you don't have a super knack for languages, similar to how I do, for example. Okay, Carmen, I will answer this. If you are looking to get back into learning a language, I would say that your best bet is probably a class, to be really honest with you. I am actually a really big fan of pointing people to taking classes, because I think that the structured didactic methods of a classroom setting are important and can really offer you a microcosm of every little thing that you need in order to learn a language, in a controlled setting where you are getting just the right amount of information that you need so that you can contextualize that information and then move on with it and like build upon it. So I'm a big fan of classroom settings. Obviously, I know that there are plenty of, for every good professor, there are probably, 5 or 10 not so great professors and maybe even a handful of really awful professors. So classes can definitely depend on like if your professor is decent or not. But a classroom setting is probably the best way to get back into something, especially after like 10 years. Excuse me. If you feel that you remember enough that you can get started with it a little bit on your own and you can piece things together, something like an italki is fine, where you have a tutor who is sort of refreshing you, but it depends on how fluent you were. Hey Julie, welcome. We're talking about language learning apps and things like that right now, and language learning in general. Yeah, I think that if you feel like you had a good enough grasp on Spanish before, like if you were fluent in a language, so language learning also works like this. Like it's a lot like riding a bike, where if you already were fluent before, that fluency is stored like somewhere in your brain and it will sort of unlock itself if you actually go back and use the language. But the extent to which you'll be able to go back and access that language and sort of refresh it in your mind depends a lot on how fluent you were already to begin with. If you weren't that fluent, you might actually lose a lot of it. But if you were actually fluent, what I've found with people who speak languages and stuff is that they can sort of let it lie dormant for a long periods of time and not experience dramatic decay in their fluency, as long as they're given kind of an immersive, structured reorientation after a while. So, yeah. Motoqueiro Cometa fala do Jimmy Carter 100 years. 100 anos de Jimmy Carter. Olha, eu não falo da política nem de figuras políticas, a não ser que haja alguma conexão linguística, infelizmente. Mas obrigado pela sugestão. Took Spanish for 5 to 6 years and getting back into something like Duolingo is helpful to brush up, but all very situational. Yeah, language learning apps and stuff are all also very situational, because they're trying to kind of give you... Language learning apps kind of function on the premise that you're using these apps because you want to like go somewhere to travel and you're not really going to use the language that much, but you want to have the basics so that you don't look silly for not even trying, which is fine. And there's a lot of different methods that sort of cater to that, like Pimsleur and Rosetta Stone and what else do we have? I mean, just all of the big traditional names like those, as well as Duolingo and Memrise and blah, 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 blah. Like, they're all kind of geared up for that because you're not going to be able to get more fluent than a basic level. So, yeah. I mean, they can be really good. Not a celebrity death in my chat. I'm so sorry. This is... Obrigado pela informação, Motoqueiro Cometa. Okay, well, that's certainly something. Chiac. I love Canadian French because it's so weird, and then when I discovered Chiac, I was like, this is wild. So I'm really into it. Yeah, so things like Duolingo can be very good for like jogging your memory. Once upon a time I did use Duolingo in Russian I just sort of tested through it just to see how far it would place me, and this was like when my Russian was probably a little bit more fresh than it is now. and I still ended up, not having very much of the course left to do. So I think that the whole concept of like, if you were pretty fluent at something and you let it lie dormant, if you get yourself into a situation where you're using it again and thinking about the things, especially if you're thinking about things in a way that you might have used them and engaged with the language previously, it will come back pretty readily. And so for me, classroom setting style Russian is very easy. And so doing Duolingo's little test it wasn't difficult for me when I tried that, just to experiment with it and see how that was like. Yeah. Conjugation isn't always super clear in the apps and you can't ask for clarification. Yeah, so we'll get there because that's a point that I want to talk about. I was considered fluent at one point and remember a lot, but I always enjoyed classroom learning for language, so I'll look into that around you. Yeah, I would definitely recommend that. And then once you feel like your memory is jogged, I would say then you want to basically just engage with stuff that uses Spanish. So, I mean, because if you were fluent, and you feel like you don't really, with fluency, there's a certain point where you don't need further instruction. You just need to use the language. This is actually a really important topic in language learning, and this is something that I want to talk about real quick before I get back into the language apps and stuff. But actually, language learning is, like I said, it's a process, and of course there are people who sort of make it their whole personality to just constantly be learning, but like there are other people who want to actually speak the languages and do it. And something that I experienced with learning Portuguese when I was first learning it, but first getting fluent and took C2 level classes, was that I hit a point in my classes where my professor literally told me, don't take any more classes because you do not need them. There's nothing else for you to be instructed in. So you can hit a point in classes if you're fluent, where the amount of information that you're meaningfully receiving is going to be sort of the diminishing returns are going to be so diminished that it's not really worth your time and money. And the only way to truly advance further at that point is to then engage with content and like watch shows and watch TikToks, watch YouTube, watch whatever, talk to people, find people online to like, chat with or tweet at or whatever, like find ways of actually using language and like stimulating your brain in that way. Because at some point, if you're fluent and you get your fluency back, you won't necessarily be able to get that much of a benefit from a class. And that's a very real thing, and that's something that I have found that people who reach a high level often kind of fail to understand. They sort of think that like more class means more language, and that's not necessarily always true. Sometimes you do hit the upper threshold of something, because there's only so much grammar in a language, and classes do best with consolidating grammar and giving you fundamental vocabulary, but like things like vocabulary you can really only learn in context. And this is why, again, I really am not a big fan of flashcards. Vocabulary is something that you cannot learn except in context. You have to contextualize your vocabulary, and you have to use the vocabulary in order to retain it. So a flashcard for vocabulary is almost useless because you are not contextualizing it, you are not using it, and you are not really putting it in a part of your memory that is going to then synthesize and be accessible for you to use when you are talking. And a lot of the times, even when you're understanding, like active listening, active understanding, much less passive understanding. So yeah, vocabulary is especially one of those things where classes will only get you so far, particularly with vocabulary too. At a certain point, you literally do have to like read books, read the newspaper, read the internet, listen to things, talk to people. You learn a lot of vocabulary through talking to people and figuring out the patterns of how they speak, and then like emulating that, and you become a parrot, and then like you say things the way they do, and then you realize that there's a reason why they say the things the way they do, and why that might be different than other places, and then you figure this is how accents develop. This is why we all end up with an accent of some sort, in a language, because there doesn't exist language without an accent, and this is where it comes from when you're learning a language. And so I, in Portuguese, have a Lisbon accent. In Spanish, I have a Barcelona European Spanish accent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because the things that build our vocabulary also build our accent and also sort of end up localizing our speech. And so that's something that I think is a really important part of language learning. I think that for a lot of people, that's kind of the goal, is to get to that point of where you don't need further instruction, and that you're just really like trying to soak in vocabulary like a sponge and just kind of using it and repeating it and engaging with it enough. And this is also why I think that the concept of being a hyper polyglot, or knowing more than maybe half a dozen languages or so, is kind of farcical, because the amount of time that you need to actually dedicate to speaking and using language in order to be good at it is a lot. And, there are only so many hours of the day, and we only live so long. So, I think that while I think that being a polyglot is absolutely possible, I think that there are limitations to it, and this is one of the reasons why. Let's see. Finished the instructional classes and then moved to Spanish Lit and history classes, which I loved. Yeah, that's a great option too. Like, if you can take classes in Spanish, that's a really good way of like jogging your memory and getting right back into it. I lost a lot of my proper French and it came back so fast just by having a lot of French conversations. Yeah, that's exactly what happens. I mean, I speak French once a year, twice a year, whatever. Maybe sometimes not even that, but like when I start talking to French people, it comes back no problem. Maybe I spend a day or two, looking up words and making sure that I'm not crazy, thinking like, oh, I lost it. But like, it definitely comes back. And like, if you're fluent in a language, it won't. I mean, for some people, if they really don't use their most fluent language for a really long time, maybe they like lose it and forget it, but I think it's a very exceptionally rare thing. And I think that people get very I think people have ulterior motives as to why they pretend like they lose their most fluent language or a fluent language. A lot of the times it's political, sometimes there's personal trauma involved, whatever, but I don't think that anyone truly fully loses. I don't think that anyone truly reaches a level of attrition with with a language that they speak really fluently, that would inhibit them from like getting it back if they desired. I should probably translate that to Portuguese because I can scarcely remember what I just said. So tenho que traduzir muita coisa agora, eu não me lembro de tudo que eu disse, mas começámos a falar das aplicações para aprender línguas e cenas do jeito. Então vamos falar um pouco sobre isso, porque hoje a conversa vai ser basicamente isso. Eu queria falar um pouco da aprendizagem de línguas também aqui. Essa foi a notificação que eu não sei se foi no Discord. Para quem não saiba, eu também tenho um Discord. O link para o Discord está na descrição do vídeo desta live. Eu acho que sim. Acho que está na descrição da live e que vai ficar no vídeo depois também. Então, se quiserem juntar-se ao Discord, existe essa opção. O convite continua lá ativo. É um Discord pequeno também, eu vou avisar já. É um Discord pequeno. Tem meia dúzia de gente em qualquer momento, mas é um Discord pequeno, mas se quiseres resolver alguma dúvida, seja do inglês, seja do português, qualquer coisa, ou simplesmente falar com outras pessoas que também têm interesses em línguas e temas do jeito, coisas do jeito, é um ótimo sítio para conversar com pessoas. E o Discord é uma daquelas coisas que quanto mais usas e quanto mais gente usa, mais viva seja a conversa. Então tem isso também, mas isso não tem nada a ver com o que eu disse em inglês. Mas hoje eu queria falar um pouco sobre a aprendizagem de línguas, porque é um tema recorrente e muita da audiência agora que vem da língua inglesa aqui no canal, que não tem familiaridade com a língua portuguesa, porque há agora muita gente que vem assistir às lives sem saber nada do português, sem pretensões de saber nada do português, vem para falar sobre esses temas, porque pois são temas deste canal, são mais ou menos relevantes para o canal e portanto vamos falando sobre isso, porque é uma das coisas deste canal. Antes de mais, eu já disse em português que eu vou fazer um vídeo sobre os acordos, no máximo 4, sim. Sim, do acordo ortográfico, o que mais é que dissemos? Então, o motoqueiro cometa tinha dito que morreu Jimmy Carter, ok. Obrigado pela informação. Eu não preciso de saber quantas celebridades morrem no canal. Eu não acho que aqui seja o lugar mais adequado para essa informação, mas obrigado pela informação. E então é isso. Este ano também é relevante, pois eu tenho vídeos sobre o assunto de aprender, em particular foi sobre aprender português. Quem estiver a ouvir-me a falar em português agora e quem estiver atento ao que eu digo em português não vai precisar disso, mas também tem relevância em geral para quem quiser aprender uma língua nova. Enfim, tem vídeos no canal, mas já tem há alguns anos. Eu acho que o último vídeo que eu fiz foi deve ser 2020 ou 2021, lá alguns por aí. Então, tem tempo. E na verdade eu não entrei muito nos detalhes das apps. Quando fiz esse vídeo, o último vídeo, eu acho que tem 2. Portanto, seria bom falarmos um pouco sobre isso, sobre as minhas opiniões, sobre as apps de aprendizagem de línguas e métodos de aprender línguas e de ser um pouco franco sobre alguns dos tópicos recorrentes nessa área. Antes de mais, eu também recebi muito generosamente por parte da Rosetta Stone este ano a possibilidade de escolher uma língua para estudar nessa app, que eu achei super generoso, super interessante e ótimo para comparar com o Duolingo, porque Duolingo é uma app que todos conhecemos e é uma app com muita fama e um pouco infame também. E queria fazer uma comparação direta, então escolhi alemão, porque já fiz alemão no Duolingo também. E realmente existem muitas diferenças, mas essas apps autodidáticas são uma das categorias das apps de aprendizagem e eu acho que há 3 categorias. Temos apps tipo essas autodidatas, mas também temos apps que servem para conectar pessoas e oferecer explicações diretas de uma pessoa real para outra pessoa real, tipo o italki. E existem os flashcards, que é pessoalmente, e isto é uma opinião bastante impopular entre certo setor da gente, mas existe essas apps tipo Anki, que são tipo flashcards, cuja palavra em português eu não me lembro neste momento, mas enfim, que é de memorização, basicamente. Memorização de coisas, memorização rota. Tipo, só de ver uma coisa, tentar lembrar-se daquela coisa e assim adiante. Tipo, para mim isso não funciona. Muito simplesmente é um dos métodos menos funcionais quando falamos de aprender línguas, porque aprender uma língua é usar a língua em contexto. Usar uma língua em contexto significa mesmo não ter que memorizar tudo e sim pô-lo em prática. Então, esse tipo de app é muito popular entre certo tipo de gente que gosta de aprender línguas e gosta de fazer com que isso seja a própria personalidade durante anos e anos e anos, sem fazer progresso, sem progredir com as habilidades nessa língua, sem conseguir passar de um, sei lá, B1 para B2, ou que gosta de dizer durante anos e anos e anos que tem tantas dificuldades em aprender a língua, é tão difícil, é tão complicado, porque só tem B1 e não tenta formas de pô-lo na prática. Quer dizer, qualquer que seja a língua, colocar essa língua na prática, usar a língua contextualmente e ir aprendendo assim. É uma opinião bastante pouco popular entre essa gente, mas eu acho que é a pior forma de aprender línguas e eu sempre vou achar isso. Então, pouco a dizer sobre isso, além disso. Mas as apps de aprendizagem geralmente caem nessas 3 categorias. E vamos falar um pouco sobre autoaprendizagem. A Carmen no chat estava a perguntar sobre formas de retomar a aprendizagem de uma língua que já falava um pouco com alguma fluência, tipo já sabia falar espanhol, caiu em desuso e quer retomar a aprendizagem do espanhol e retomar o uso da língua. Eu acho que quando atingirmos um nível de fluência, nunca perdemos essa língua. Tipo, quando já atingirmos um certo nível de fluência, já começamos a chegar a um ponto em que dentro do nosso cérebro a língua reside algures no nosso cérebro e nunca mais sai de lá. Tipo, quando já temos no cérebro com tantas conexões neurais, não perdemos a atrição e existe a atrição das línguas nas nossas mentes, nos nossos cérebros, se não as usarmos. Mas também, quando chegarmos a um ponto de fluência, eu acredito, e essa é a minha experiência em lidar com pessoas que aprendem línguas, de conhecer pessoas em diversas situações da vida, que quando atingirmos um nível de fluência real, nunca perdemos por completo essa língua no nosso cérebro. Tipo, sempre volta depois de um pouco de uso, depois de um pouco de imersão, depois de, sei lá, qualquer coisa. Mas nunca perdemos uma língua que conseguimos falar com fluência. Pode ser que haja casos que pessoas realmente desaprendem uma língua. Tipo, eu acho que tudo é possível nas margens mais extremas. A margem mais extrema existe para qualquer coisa, é por isso que temos essa função, esse gráfico nas ciências, mas em geral, eu acho que quando temos fluência numa língua, quando conseguimos falar uma língua fluentemente, não perdemos essa língua. Então, a melhor forma de retomar retomar atividades nessa língua é realmente de recomeçar a usar essa língua, recomeçar a interagir com a língua, ou seja, começar a falar com pessoas, ter um curso na língua. Curso pode não ser só de aprender a língua, o curso pode ser dentro dessa língua, tipo fazer um curso de literatura, fazer um curso de história na língua espanhola. Isso é bastante mais fácil também nos Estados Unidos, que eu presumo que Carmen reside nos Estados Unidos, mas nos Estados Unidos, para a língua espanhola, existe muita oferta de coisas na língua espanhola, então fazer um curso dentro dessa língua, tipo, pode ser um curso numa área que já sabes muita coisa e tu não precisas realmente de aprender sobre a área, mas tu podes utilizar o curso para aprender a linguagem dessa área na língua-alvo. Ou seja, pode ser uma forma de aprender vocabulário, porque um ponto que é importante é que podemos fazer cursos, tirar cursos de línguas quanto quisermos, mas também quando chegarmos a um nível de fluência, vamos atingir um nível em que um curso já não serve mais. Isto foi um ponto bastante importante para mim quando eu estava a aprender o português, já com o curso de C2. A minha professora chegou a mim e disse, no fim do curso, Sasha, não faças mais cursos, não te vão servir e realmente vais perder tempo e dinheiro, porque não há mais que um curso, não há mais didática. Oh, Julie, thank you so much for that coffee. That was still really loud, but thank you. Okay, we're turning her down just another little touch. Thank you so much, Julie. Enfim, a minha professora estava a contar-me naquela altura que, olha, só há tanta didática que é preciso para uma língua, só há tanta coisa que se pode aprender numa língua, tipo, só há tanta gramática e há limites no vocabulário, nas expressões idiomáticas, nos jeitos de se comunicar que uma aula te pode fornecer. Então, com a fluência, chegamos a um nível em que um curso também talvez não te faça sentido também. Ou seja, tu te formas, entre aspas, formas, e tens que daí em adiante tens que tipo consumir conteúdos, ver a televisão, ver TikTok, ver YouTube, ler o jornal, ler a internet, ler livros, sei lá, fazer tudo e mais alguma coisa que te pode servir para ampliar esse vocabulário, falar com pessoas, comunicar com pessoas, porque tipo assim apanhamos o jeito de falar, apanhamos o jeito de ser nessa língua. Ryan, please. E é muito importante fazer isso depois de chegar a certa altura, a certo nível. Agora, isso serve para cursos de idiomas, mas quando se trata de cursos tipo algum curso universitário de outra área qualquer, já é outra história, porque assim tu podes aprender alguma coisa do vocabulário, das especificidades dessa área, qualquer coisa. Pode servir muito bem para aprender a linguagem, pode servir muito bem para aprender a expressar-te melhor e usar os padrões de linguagem também dessa área, porque também a língua, quando falamos de comunicação, as línguas, falando uma língua, podemos ser fluentes numa língua e saber falar perfeitamente bem numa língua, mas também ter um nível de fluência que nos serve para coisas muito específicas, determinadas coisas muito específicas. Tipo, eu consigo falar muito bem sobre linguística portuguesa, por exemplo. Eu consigo falar em português. Hi Oracle, welcome to my life. Eu consigo falar muito bem da política, consigo perceber tudo que se trata da linguística em português. Agora, para falar, por exemplo, de carros e como funcionam motores ou veículos ou coisas assim em português, olha, nulo. O meu conhecimento é nulo. Porque isso é... Primeiramente porque isso é uma área que não me interessa e também, segundo, porque é uma área então que eu nunca tive a necessidade de falar sobre coisas. Eu nunca sequer conduzi um carro em Portugal e também, portanto, eu também nunca sequer tive de utilizar essa linguagem. Portanto, a minha linguagem na área, por exemplo, veicular, assim, dos automóveis, é nula. Mac, please. E isso é um ponto bastante saliente quando falamos de vocabulário, quando falamos de fluência, porque da mesma forma que aprendemos a nossa língua materna, estamos sempre a aprender a língua secundária. Por isso há limites em ser poliglota, porque realmente, para ser realmente fluente numa língua, precisamos de muitíssimo tempo. E só temos tanto tempo no dia, só temos tanto tempo na vida. Então, claro que é possível ser poliglota e claro que é possível ser fluente e bastante fluente em muitos idiomas ao mesmo tempo, mas ser hiperpoliglota, saber falar fluentemente 12 idiomas, eu acho uma hipótese bastante pouco provável. É possível que exista alguém que realmente tenha fluência em 12 idiomas ao mesmo tempo e que essa fluência seja real e verídico. Mas uma fluência real, uma fluência verídica, uma fluência de veras em 12 idiomas, por exemplo, só para dar um exemplo. para mim, é algo que não é realista, não é real, não é algo a que se deve aspirar pessoas que só falam tipo monolíngues que querem aprender outra língua. Eu acho que é muito pouco realista as pessoas tentarem ou guardarem esperanças de conseguir aprender 6, 7, 8, 10 idiomas, porque aprender idiomas é cool, aprender idiomas é fixe. Vamos aprender idiomas e fazer com que isso seja a nossa personalidade. E não é realista. Isso não é assim que funciona. Temos que nos dedicar muito à língua que queremos usar para comunicação. Porque aprender uma língua é aprender cultura, aprender uma língua é aprender o jeito de ser de pessoas, aprender uma língua é vocabulário, aprender uma língua é aprender gramática também, mas gramática é a parte menos importante de aprender uma língua. E comunicar com pessoas em sociedades que são distintas da nossa é a parte mais importante. É assim que sempre temos um sotaque numa língua. Quando aprendemos uma língua, sempre temos um sotaque. Eu tenho um sotaque de Lisboa, um americano com sotaque influenciado pelo sotaque de Lisboa. O meu português é de Lisboa, porque eu morei em Lisboa. E a grande maioria dos meus amigos na vida real são de Lisboa. É claro que também conheço extremamente muita gente do Brasil, mas eu nunca estive no Brasil, eu nunca passei por uma experiência que me pudesse dar de forma genuína um sotaque brasileiro qualquer. Tipo, conheço gente de todo o Brasil. É claro que o Brasil tem muitos sotaques também, então, por isso, nunca apanhei um sotaque brasileiro e francamente que assim seja para sempre, porque o meu português genuíno é português de Lisboa. Apanhamos sotaques de pessoas com quem falamos e de onde vivemos ou de onde usamos essa língua. É parte natural, porque a comunicação é feita entre pessoas e quando começarmos a ter um núcleo num lugar ou entre certo grupo de pessoas, começamos a ter um núcleo, um nexo que nos fornece a língua tal como é falada entre esse grupo, entre essas pessoas, etc. Então, isso é tudo muito importante. Eu acho que é assim, eu acho que é tudo, acho que isso foi tudo que eu disse em inglês antes. Mas eu estava a yapar bastante em inglês. But let's go back to English now, because I think I remembered everything. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I remembered everything. Okay, what did I miss in English? Okay, Buffy. Hi, Buffy. If you're still here. In Portuguese, one thing I did say in Portuguese that I didn't say in English is that I do have a Discord for this channel. So it's in the description of the live, I think. If not, it's definitely in the description of my videos. So if you happen to want to learn Portuguese or you just want to talk to people who like languages and whatever, you can certainly join my Discord. It's a very small Discord. There's only ever usually about, I don't know, half a dozen people that are super active at any given time. It's fine. It's just the way it goes. But if you ever have a burning question about Portuguese, about English, you want to practice your Portuguese. I mean, if you're hearing me say this in English, you probably don't need to practice your English. But if you want to practice your English, you certainly can do that in the Discord, and it's totally fine. You can ask any kind of questions about language learning. You can talk about whatever to your heart's content with people who have interest in probably very similar things that you also have interest in if you're watching this. Especially if you happen to be watching this coming directly from my channel and not necessarily from the Half Moon Joe people, although I appreciate all of you for coming and hanging out with me, especially if you have an interest in languages. So anyway, the Discord is an option. It's there. It is a good way to get a hold of me if you want to get in touch with me, although my Discord DMs are just open to everybody anyway, so you can just send me a request on that if you really want to as well. And that, I think my personal Discord is linked in my link, which is technically a link tree, but it's a domain. Anyway, that being said, let's see what else we had going on. Despite the fact that I learned Brazilian Portuguese, I'm happy I still understand most of this. That's awesome. It's good that you understand the accent. So one thing that I've noticed when I have watched parts of these lives back is that I do and ah kind of more than I normally do in Portuguese when I'm talking, but I kind of attribute that to the fact that I have to remember the things that I was talking about, and then I have to translate it. Translating live, like interpreting, is a really big skill. Like interpreting, I have a lot of respect for interpreters because that is a skill that you have to have a really particular set of skills to do. It's not just basic translating. I really genuinely think it activates a different part of your brain to do, and so I have the utmost of respect for interpreters and people who have gone to school for that and gotten trained formally in it. Because I just do it a little bit in these lives just to make them accessible to everybody. The idea of me translating to both languages is so that it's accessible to the maximum amount of people that I can offer these lives and my videos to. That's why I put the subtitles on my videos. I translate those myself as well. But speaking out loud and doing kind of interpretation like that is I think it's a different skill than just translating. I think it activates different parts of your brain. And so I would say that if you hear me and ah in Portuguese a fair bit, that's why, more so than anything else. Because when I'm chit-chatting with my friends, I definitely don't hem and haw like that nearly so much. But yes, I'm glad that you understand it, Carmen. Brian said, hi, Sasha. I heard you were shitting on language learning apps, so I'm here. We're about to. Did a little bit already. Also, hi, Oracle. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining. I appreciate everybody who's here and watching. For a time, I had to relearn how to speak about my context-specific work in my first language because I had only talked about it in learned languages for 2 years. There are things that I really only know how to talk about in Portuguese, like a limited amount of things, but there are things for which I only have vocabulary in Portuguese as well. So I definitely understand that. Although I will say that I find the transition from... I think that there is less of a barrier to transitioning into learning how to speak about a topic in your native language when you only know how to speak about it in a secondary language than there would be the other way around. But I've definitely experienced that. Your attention for what you previously spoke about in English is incredibly impressive. I try my absolute damnedest. I have a pretty good memory, usually. Although sometimes these lives go off the rails and I forget half of what I said, so it just depends. Norwegian, Finnish, and English. How many languages do you speak? I think it's a great question in general. If anybody happens to be curious, I speak myself. I say 5.5 languages because I don't really use Russian, but I understand it very well. And I have a degree in it, so that's the half. But I speak on a day-to-day basis. I speak English, obviously. Actually, on a day-to-day basis, I really only use English online. So I'm only talking in English out loud to myself most of the time. And then obviously typing on the internet, which is still engaging with the language, of course, and watching content and stuff in English. I have never once stopped doing that. But I actually don't talk in English that much, like with people. I talk to myself all the time. And anybody who says that they don't talk to themselves is lying. But yeah, I talk to myself. Actually, I talk to myself in a mix of Portuguese and English too. So that's a little bit of a half truth. But I also speak Portuguese, obviously. And I use Portuguese on a day-to-day. Yeah, I talk to my family in English. All of my family are monolingual English speakers. I'm the only person in my family that actually speaks another language. I speak Portuguese on a day-to-day basis, and I speak Portuguese out loud on a day-to-day basis. I know a lot of people that speak Portuguese even in Barcelona. Of course, I live in Barcelona, which is the capital of Catalonia in Spain. So I speak Spanish, but I also speak Catalan, and I speak them probably about equally well. Because I made a point to learn Catalan specifically because I've always had a little bit of a love-hate relationship with Spanish, and so I always had some sort of decent baseline ability in it, but it wasn't as interesting to me, especially because it's also very similar to Portuguese. And so by the time I was speaking fluent Portuguese but moved here, Spanish just didn't interest me. I could already get by enough. I've talked about this actually in my last live. I told you all the story of how I'm on this saga of getting Mexican citizenship, and that sort of was like a kick in the ass to, hey, if you're going to be a Mexican citizen, then you should probably speak better. You should probably like actually put some energy and effort into, speaking well. And so that has actually helped me to incentivize and making sure that my Spanish is actually properly fluent and not just like falling back on portuñol a lot. And if you all want to hear that story again, or if you're not familiar with that story, then I will happily recount it. At least up to the point where we are now with it, which it's something that for 2025 I'm hoping will I will get an answer one way or another, because either I'm going to be Mexican or not, and we will find out. But I'm hoping that 2025 actually brings the definitive answer for that. So English, Portuguese, Catalan, Spanish. I also speak French. And I spent many, many years, I learned French. French was the first language. I started learning as a second language, not counting Spanish, because I grew up very poor, and we didn't have cable until I was like a tween. And so I had Univision as one of the only public access channels that I could watch. And so I always had exposure to Spanish, and I always had a good passive understanding of Spanish. And even active understanding of Spanish, although I couldn't necessarily speak it. So Spanish has always been kind of present in my mind. Yes, I do speak baguette croissant. I have been to France many times, and I have a lot of very, very, very close and very dear French friends. Many, many good memories in France, and I actually, before all this Portuguese stuff sort of happened to me, is that I thought I was going to end up in France, and then it just didn't happen that way. But French was therefore the first language I started actually learning, like in school, not Spanish. Spanish I kind of had off and on in school, but I didn't really do it too much formally in school. But French I always had in school, and French I learned from a very young age, and then I sort of reached a level of fluency, because then when I was a teenager, I started using it. When I was an early teen, I started using French online and talking to people in French online, and really sort of synthesizing my knowledge of French and actually learning how to communicate with people properly and getting corrected and things like that. And to this day, I type on the French keyboard, the AZERTY keyboard, because of that, because at the time I thought it was a lot more convenient to type in French with the accents on the French keyboard. And I was a quirky, pretentious teenager who liked to be different, and so now I have this quirk of the keyboard that I type on most of the time, except for when I'm working, is the French keyboard. So I speak 5 languages pretty well. French is the one that I use the least. I talk to people in French probably a few times a year at most, but if I spend a while talking in French, it all comes back. I was pretty well fluent in French, and it all comes back. Okay, what are we saying? Future UN interpreter? Nope, I did not go to school for that, although I do have friends who did go to school for interpreting, and I don't envy them. I do not envy them. Not burning from a rash or something. At work, the difference between a good and bad interpreter is incredible. I love when they can do cultural interpretation too. Yeah, there's that element of interpretation where like when you're interpreting, you do have to. There's like a level of like cultural interpretation too. Sometimes translation is not just words. Sometimes, and this is what I was talking about with language learning, is that you learn a culture and you learn how to communicate with people and how they live their lives. And so there's the cultural aspects of language learning. Like when you learn a language, you learn a culture, and so that's a really big thing. And interpreting, you have to do that in real time, and you have to have that familiarity in order to do so. Interpretation is just one of the hardest skills to me, and I really have a lot of respect for people that do that. I do talk to my family in English. I said earlier, just a minute ago, that they are my entire family is monolingually English speakers. I'm the only person who speaks more than one language in my family. I don't know how it happened that I got the language juice, but like that's what happened for me. And that is what happened for me, and you know, that's where we're at. Let me check my notifications real quick. Sorry. Okay. Okay, cliffhanger or couch just for me and Shiak. I cannot do that because I do not speak Shiak, but I think it's fascinating. Shiak is so weird sounding to me, and I love it. I do speak French, yes. The €1,000,000 question is it Barcelona or Barcelona? So in Spanish, which is the secondary native, well, the language situation and what you would say constitutes the native language of the region is such a politicized question and such a loaded hot potato of a question that, oh my God. But Catalonia's first native language and longest standing native language is Catalan. And in Catalan, you say Barcelona. Barcelona. But Spanish, which is the national language of Spain and spoken everywhere in Spain, and in 90% of the Spanish spoken in Spain, you would say Barcelona. So there's different vowels, there's different ways of saying it. I always like to tell people who are speaking in English, especially, that just say Barcelona with a S sound, because in a lot of ways, it's more authentic that way. Because the original name of the city in Catalan, which is the original language of the city, is Barcelona. We don't need to add a th there. It's not necessary. It's not more correct. It just makes you sound pretentious in English. And I will die on that hill. Sorry. Oh, Julie, you failed French in high school? You know what? That's fair. We're not all, we all have different things that we're good at, and I totally get that. I'm not good at math. I'm good at languages, not math. Ryan, your keyword is in... Oh, wow. That's a lot going on there, but I understand. Many Ukrainian interpreters will have a conversation with the patient about what you said rather than a more direct translation. They'll have like a minute of conversation. The response to the question will be yes. Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of things outside of just the strict question at hand kind of go into interpretation. Some of my family speaks Finnish. Ryan does. Me pono Joe Biden. That video is so funny and I love it so much. Speak Finnish. Sucks to suck at math, not relatable. I mean, I'm very happy for you that you are one of the few guys that can do math. Yeah, so there's that. Should I translate any of that? I don't think I need to. I think we were just going over everything. Yeah. Where were we with language apps? We were going to talk about Duolingo and Rosetta Stone and all of that. Yes. Yeah, I love that video so much. It's one of my favorite things on the internet. If you don't know the video, oh, I think links, I think I don't allow links in the chat, but if you want to send the link and try, be my guest. But I don't think I allow links in the chat, so you can certainly test it. But yeah, if you want to send that link to that video, it's just the funniest thing in the world to me. Feel free to try. Let's see. I had a notification on YouTube. Let me check this. Bit of a task. Is there any chance you could start Portuguese videos too? Currently learning Portuguese and would love to have these videos in Portuguese. A bit like Portuguese with Leo. He makes. Oh, well, we can talk about that because I like to talk about Portuguese. This is a comment that I got on a video, just now, while we've been live. So glad you're back. Some people often ask me if I will make my videos in Portuguese. The answer to that is no, not right now at least, just because I think that it's so much extra work. It's so much extra work to do the video in Portuguese. I don't really like editing myself in Portuguese either. I'm very used to my voice in English, but there's something about that concept of like, we always hate our voice if we're not used to hearing it on recordings. And I don't have that problem in English, but I do have that problem in Portuguese. I always cringe when I have to edit myself in Portuguese, and it always feels just awful to me. So I probably will not be doing videos in Portuguese anytime soon. I will probably not be making the Portuguese version of my videos in Portuguese, or of my videos anytime soon. Although it would be a great way to sort of content farm if I wanted to really get back on the YouTube wagon. But I will probably, if that person happens to be watching this live, which I strongly doubt is the case, but if they happen to be, what was their name? Shirinichi. If you happen to be watching this live, just know that while I appreciate the request, and I appreciate that people are interested in hearing me speak Portuguese, I'm probably not going to do my videos in Portuguese and not going to make a Portuguese version of my videos just because it's a lot of extra work, and I'm not really sure that the payoff would be all that great. To be really honest with you, I mean, I have videos. It's great when a video does well, and it's really like, it really makes me feel amazing when a video does well. But when a video flops, it really sucks. Like, I know that I occupy a really small niche on YouTube, and I'm so cool with that. I don't want to be famous. I'm not trying to be famous or anything like on the internet or whatever. So I know that I occupy a small niche, but like sometimes, even when the niche is small, like sometimes the video can still flop, and it's just sort of like soul-sucking when you're already in a small niche and the video also flops. So I would rather spare myself doing that. Maybe I'll do YouTube Shorts in Portuguese someday. Yeah. So yeah, let's talk. Okay, Julie just sent me some Chiak links on Blue Sky. If you don't follow me on Blue Sky, I use Blue Sky now a lot more than I use Twitter. This is just a general PSA. I know that there are people from my channel who are going to be watching who may or may not get to this point of the video, but like, I have definitely shifted well away from using Twitter. I don't really use it hardly at all anymore. I just don't like what it's become, and I don't really want that to be a thing in my life so much. So I just have gotten on the Blue Sky train, and honestly, I just have more interactions with people in general on Blue Sky than I ever did on Twitter, even though I don't necessarily have as many followers or whatever. But like, I actually get to like engage with people on Blue Sky, which is really amazing and lovely. So I think it's like only sensible to me to use Blue Sky. And so if you're not on Blue Sky, if you're, Brazilian watching this and you are listening to the English part of this, and you didn't get on the Blue Sky train back then, I definitely recommend you do it now. Like, because Brazil, it was like Twitter was banned for a little while, and Blue Sky like went up in popularity for a hot minute there, etc. But yeah, and anyone else who is watching just from my channel, like, yeah, Blue Sky is definitely more where it's at than Twitter. There are some people who come in from like Instagram or whatever, and that's awesome and wonderful, but I think all of you are probably not checking for me on other social media, per se. But if you happen to be coming in from my channel and you want to follow me on social media, you can follow me on like Instagram or Blue Sky. Those are the places that I'm at the most. But not Twitter. I don't really use Twitter anymore. So following me there is kind of useless. Even though I technically still have the link in my my link tree. Yeah. My brain read it as Fluens, an app on Steam. I don't know what Fluens is. So small. Julie sent the link on Blue Sky. A lot of confidence posting in general. I think that when I am so thoroughly online because I have a unique sort of circumstance where I live in a place where I live here because it's easier to sort of, well, living, like, quality of life in Barcelona is really nice, but I came here for that reason, not for social reasons. And so most of my friends are in other parts of the world. They're not necessarily in Barcelona. And so most of my life, most of my social life revolves around people in other parts of the world. And so posting and stuff like that, being online for me is just second nature. It's just how I keep a social life. It's how I stay being a person who exists in this social world, because without it, I probably would have gone crazy. I probably would have made friends here, to be honest, but you know, the world working in the way that it does, that's not the case. Not as much. I have friends here, but like, and even the friends that I have here mostly speak Portuguese, so there's that too. I'm always sort of connected to Portugal or Brazil somehow. Equally have as many IRL friends as, yeah, I mean, honestly, to me, the line between online friend and IRL friend is so fuzzy, because I meet my online friends IRL, and it's like we have been friends the entire time we've been friends online, because we have literally been friends that entire time. Like, I find the transition from online to IRL and then back is seamless in 99% of cases. It's usually not any more awkward than the person themselves actually just already is, including myself. So yeah, online is like very much like posting, being online, all of that is like, Ryan, please. Yeah, posting online is definitely something that I just don't even think twice about, because it's just like, I just look at it like I'm connecting with people. If I happen to connect with strangers too, if I happen to connect with people in a more serious way, if I happen to like get to talk to, like, expand my networks, or whatever, like, that's great, but you know, maintaining the circles and friends that I have already is already sort of like, you know, pretty great, so I can't complain. Sorry I can't go to your birthday party. My friend is doing a live stream to talk about language inflections. I'm sorry, that's just, oh my god. That's something that I know people who would do things like that, unfortunately. I have 0 people in real life to talk fragrance about with, so you outsource. Yeah, I also don't know people in real life who love fragrance, and actually, like, my relatives and a lot of the people who visit me, we are not unpacking that. A lot of my relatives and people who visit me don't like fragrance, so like, and this is obviously nothing to do with my channel at all, but like the fragrance discourse online is pretty great. I love being able to talk to people online about fragrance and things that if you've only known me from my channel, you would have no idea that I am into, or like or whatever. Even if you know me from like my social media, that's not Blue Sky. Like if you would know me just from Instagram, you would have no idea that I love fragrance and perfume and stuff like that. So, it's a little chilly, but it's also not. So I'm like mildly sniffly, and it's not fun. Yeah. I've completely lost the plot. I don't know where I was. Well, anyway, I have a couple... The things that I wanted to talk about are definitely, like... Enrique. Yes, I love perfume. I love smelling good. I wear a lot of it. And I have quite an ample collection of it. Different scents for different occasions. Yeah. Fun fact is that I am definitely a perfume person. Yeah, I think it's a rabbit hole that a lot of people have been falling into this past like couple years. It's gotten a lot more popular and good. I mean, fragrance is really fun. I love perfume, and I think it's really fun to smell like different things, and I think it's really fun to see how different things can smell different ways on different people, and yeah. It's its own niche. Like, I'm never going to be a perfume YouTuber or do like content about perfume, but like even learning, I mean, tying it into the channel and stuff, like even learning to talk about it in different languages. Like I follow some people who are from Spain. And so a lot of stuff about perfume I learned in Spanish, and then I realized that I had to learn how to bye, Miserable Hag. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you being here. A lot of the things that I learned about perfume, I learned in Spanish first. For example, Ryan was talking about this earlier. Sometimes you learn how to talk about things in one language and you don't know how to talk about them in others. And so I had to sort of like learn the terms and the concepts in English as well, and then in Portuguese, and then other languages. I realized that I had to like go all the way around it in order to like have that fully like synthesized in my brain. But like, yeah, it's been an interesting sort of journey because it's gotten very popular, and so I've definitely like learned a lot of information that has inspired me to go smell things in the store. And then of course doing that in Spanish, going into a Spanish store, seeing labels in Spanish and whatever, it sort of reinforces that feedback loop of like, yeah, this is apparently a thing that I have knowledge of in Spanish. And then I realized I had to do the same thing in English. I had to like apply it to English. I had to apply it to Portuguese so that I could talk about it in Portuguese and English as well. But it's fun. Perfume is fun. 50 words for stinky. Yeah, I mean, I would say not stinky, but pleasant smelling. Joe might say stinky. All of that gets back to vocabulary, but like I think that like talking about things, that's a good point. Like talking about things when you have a certain area, so like take fragrance, if you're talking about things like descriptors of things, you can have specialized vocabulary in anything, and fragrance is a really good example of this, where you can have specialized vocabulary about you can have descriptors for things, you can have not the microphone. You can have like descriptors of things that in some languages are so succinct and just like one word, and then in others are like a whole phrase or whatever. And you kind of have to learn the nuances of like how people go about approaching those topics in a way that makes it all flow together. So like in Portuguese, I watch a lot of, like, I wouldn't normally watch creators in English who are like beauty creators or like personal care types of creators, but in Portuguese, I watch them from Portugal primarily because I just want to hear that verbiage being used. I want to hear people talking about self-care and skincare and like cosmetics and all of that. I always try to keep it fresh in my mind how they're talking about things, because it is different than English, and sometimes they just use English, which is a little bit of a disappointment, but reflects cultural ways of approaching a topic that are relevant. Sometimes you have like Portuguese people love to sprinkle in English with how they talk because Portuguese people speak really good English, and why not? And sometimes the English expression is just a little quicker and a little easier, even though they know how to say the equivalent thing in Portuguese. And this is something that like I spend a lot of time with, whether that be perfumes or skincare or makeup or whatever. Like I spend a lot of time consuming that kind of content because there are different things that don't necessarily translate, and you have to have all of that vocabulary. And that's the kind of learning that like from before, like you can't really get that in a class. And you can't get like those kind of special phrases and things in a class. It's just not possible. Like you have to spend your time engaging with it. And you won't get that on Duolingo or Rosetta Stone either. Like Rosetta Stone is really cool because it's immersive, and so they don't use any English. So I did want to talk about Duolingo and Rosetta Stone a little bit because I think that these are all really salient points about language, and they're all relevant. Like you can talk about language and how you use language, but also talk about all of these other things, and I'll tie it all in together. And I think that with the language apps, there is something sort of relevant there, which is that like I think a lot of people go into it expecting that they'll be able to use Rosetta Stone for 6 months and then be able to talk about perfume all day, or something. They think that they're going to download Duolingo and in 6 weeks they're going to be able to talk about their skincare routine or something, right? Like people have these wild expectations for these things that aren't necessarily based in any kind of reality. Those apps are not necessarily built for that. Like you're not gonna get a sophisticated level of language that is going to allow you to do that. You cannot talk about skincare in Portuguese. That's very interesting. I spend a lot of time, like I said, watching Portuguese people talk about it, and which is the kind of content that I would never watch in English just because I don't need it, because I have a very simple skincare routine. And when people, hi Nelson. What time is it in Australia right now? But yes, thanks for coming. Glad to see you here. People love to do the drop the skincare routine sort of meme. Sometimes I do literally just because I think it's funny that mine is so basic. So I would never watch that content in English because it's just not relevant to me and not necessarily relevant to my interests, because I'm not out here looking for new products. I use the same stuff all the time. But in Portuguese, I'll watch it because I want that verbiage and I want to hear how people talk about it, and I be able to talk about it if I want to, and just have all of that fresh in my mind. But yeah, so people think they're gonna do 6 months of Duolingo and then be able to talk about all of their favorite scent notes in their perfumes. And that's just not how Duolingo is set up to work in any language. And I would say, so if we're going to talk about language learning, we have to kind of be honest about the state of things that are designed to sort of get you in the door. And the simple fact of the matter is that Duolingo is pretty good for what it is if you're doing a language that has a really big, class in it. If you're trying to do the obscure languages that Duolingo offers, if you're trying to do the smaller languages even, not just the made up languages or whatever, if you're trying to do the very small languages that it offers, or the lesser world languages that it offers, good luck. It's probably not going to happen for you that well. Those courses usually are filled with errors. Those courses are usually not. Those courses are not usually amazing. I don't know. What can I say? Favorite niche fragrance? I don't think I have one specifically. Although if you want to do a perfume, if everyone wants to do a perfume check, I'm happy to share. But yeah, I don't think I have one specific. I think I'm kind of still in a large phase of discovery of things, so I'm doing a lot of discovery sets. stop trying to make Esperanto happen. It's not going to happen. Yeah, or Klingon or something. Yeah, Tamagotchis in how do you say Tamagotchi in Klingon? That's, I mean, whatever. I think it's silly, but I think if people have fun doing it, then that's all that matters. And I think Duolingo is more about being a game than it is necessarily about serious language learning. Although if you use it for a language like Spanish or German or Dutch or French or whatever other language, I've heard that it is obviously, and it's not ideal for like Chinese, Japanese, Korean. Those languages usually have other apps that are better, and since that's not really my area, I couldn't tell you what they are, but certainly those are languages that are very significantly different in terms of language structure overall, and so I think that it makes sense that people who are coming from a Western language background are going to want to seek different things and not these sort of Western language oriented apps for them. So Duolingo is not necessarily the best for that. Duolingo does not try to pretend like they're going to get you fluent in a language, but none of the apps do. They say that you can get to a basic intermediate level, which is pretty realistic, which is great. That's good for them, good for her. But yeah, Duolingo is only really useful for like a handful of languages. Rosetta Stone, and Duolingo also relies on the translational method of language learning, which if you're just translating everything, it's not, just translating everything is not the most effective way of learning a language, although it can help with things like with the basics and getting people who are not used to the concept, because the concept of thinking in another language is not the easiest thing to make somebody understand, because thinking in another language requires you unlocking a part of your brain that doesn't exist if you don't speak another language. Basically. We just, normally if we're monolingual people just think, and that's it. And so their language is thought, their thought is language, that's it. But multilingual people think in a language, and thinking in a language requires you to use that language and think. And it's a lot easier said than done. And getting people to think in that way, the translational sort of method of language learning that Duolingo uses can be helpful to introduce people to that concept. Which is fine, although if you look at it versus a Rosetta Stone is immersive, and Rosetta Stone uses just the building blocks of, talking to you real slow, like you don't know anything, and using really obvious pictures and whatever, which is great. It's actually a very effective way of synthesizing those language sort of concepts in your brain. So it's not translational, but it is trying to induce you to think in that language in a different way. And I think that different people respond differently to that. I think that Rosetta Stone has 25, it has like something like 20 something languages that it offers, because it counts US English and British English as two different languages that it offers. So it's two dialects of one language. So it's not really 25 languages, but whatever. They have a whole slew of languages. I'm sure that some of their courses are better than others, but I would say that the overall quality of Rosetta Stone's language courses, especially because it is a paid service, is a lot higher than Duolingo's across the board. I need water. So, one thing that Rosetta Stone definitively has on Duolingo is that the quality of its language lessons is just in general higher, because they're the baseline standard of what they will sort of accept as a course, and the level of completeness of their courses is just higher overall for all of them, because they put more resources into the languages that they offer. And yeah, the selection is somewhat limited, but like, not really. You can still learn a lot of different languages. But they use sort of this immersive approach, which is another way of getting you to sort of think in a language, because you're sort of forced to, because it's telling you, it's just using the language and saying, now your turn, you get to do it now. But in that language, just using the simplest of concepts and building on it from there. And Duolingo does do the simplest of concepts and then building on it from there, but it does it in a translational way, which can be effective for people as well. I mean, like, they're both tools and just tools. Ideally, you use both of them kind of in conjunction with other things that you're engaging with in that language to learn anyway. But yeah, so Duolingo did delete their forums, and it's honestly a tragedy. It is difficult to understand when their question prompts are inaccurate or misleading. That is also true. I knew I got my French back when I started thinking in French again. Yes, exactly. I know that my Portuguese is more active when I talk to myself more in Portuguese. I would say that my split of talking, when I talk to myself, it flows naturally, and I will kind of start talking to myself in English or start talking to myself in Portuguese, and then sometimes just a random word will just like shift the conversation to the other language and back and forth, and I kind of go in and out, and I would say it's probably like 60-40 English Portuguese when I'm talking to myself and thinking out loud. And it can be the most random of words, and it's usually just a word that I'll think of at first in Portuguese or think of first in English and then switch. But yeah, and I can tell that my Portuguese is more active when the balance shifts a little bit further in favor of Portuguese or whatever. And I can tell that I've been speaking probably too much English when it's a lot more English and really not very much Portuguese at all. So, yeah. I find those apps are bad for learning why something is translated. Yeah, so that is the biggest flaw with apps in general, is that they don't really explain why. And the why can be just as important as the what, I think. And I think that language apps focus so heavily on the what. They just want you to repeat the what and basically be a parrot until it just sort of, you've done it so many times that it is intuitive, which at basic levels of language learning is actually just kind of what you have to do. That's how children learn language, is they basically just parrot the same things that they hear until it just is second nature. Because the more you kind of repeat, the more you talk, the more you repeat things, and the more you use your language in a certain way, the more you are strengthening the neural connection in your brain. And that's why language is so automatic, is because we've spent so long of our lives using the language and strengthening our connections with it, that it just is automatic. And the more you speak a second language, the more automatic it will become. A second language, unless you learn it, second languages will never become as automatic as your first and your primary language. I don't want to say first because some people, anyway. But second languages will never become as automatic as your primary language. There are a lot of studies that have shown that like they activate different parts of your brain. Even when you grow up bilingual, the secondary language of a bilingual person is always going to have different activation in the brain than the primary language. But you can still have an extremely high level of automation in spite of that. So that's definitely a thing. So the apps really try to kind of get it to where you're just repeating things constantly. And their whole thing is they're like, just spend 5 minutes a day. And so then in that 5 minutes, you're hearing, mama ate an apple 6 million times. And then until you've gotten to the point where like, you can say mama ate an apple in that language in your sleep, and it's just automatic, because that's the sort of thing that they're trying to replicate. And classes, beginner classes also kind of do that in some way too, but then they will explain why, because they'll give you the grammar behind it, and you'll learn things like grammar. And for second language learners, things like grammar are sometimes not intuitive. There's an apple behind you. Yeah, like sometimes things like grammar are not intuitive, and so you do need to learn it. And it's important. And for a lot of people, it is really important to have that understanding of how the grammar works. For me, when I'm learning a language that is a Romance, like I could go learn Italian and I wouldn't really necessarily need to learn the grammar specifically, just because Romance language grammar is all mostly pretty similar. And I speak a bunch of Romance languages that all have pretty similar grammar. So it's all still contextual and depends on how you learn best. Bûche de Noël. Yeah. Bûche de Noël. Once you unlock that part of your brain, it does get easier to apply to more languages. The first one is just the hardest. The first one is definitely the hardest. Learning to unlock the part of your brain that like thinks in a language is really hard, but once you do it, it makes everything a lot easier. Learning to unlock that part of your brain that like lets you talk is really hard, but once you start talking, you just don't stop yapping. Even when you make mistakes and things. I found Duolingo helpful when learning French and Italian after knowing Spanish because I already knew the structure of how similar a Romance language. Yeah, exactly. You just needed the words. That's really what happens. I mean, and that's why like people talk about, polyglots and being multilingual and what have you, and they like will try to talk about, I speak 8 languages and they're all really different. No, you don't. Most like multilingual people, honestly, in the world speak languages that are pretty well related or that exist in a Sprachbund or like a continuum of some sort. And it's not rocket science as to why. Like, related languages are easier to learn than languages that are very distant to one another. And once you learn one language in one family, it becomes much easier to learn another language in the same family because they share things like grammar and they have points in common that make it easier to do so. So like I speak 5 languages, which sounds really impressive, but like, when you realize that 4 of them are Romance languages, it's not that impressive. And I don't pretend like it is because it's just, they're just all Romance languages and I have some use for them, in a specific context, which is not that uncommon, and, that's what it boils down to. Like, but then I also just take issue with the concept of like speaking lots of languages being somehow inherently impressive to begin with, because I don't think it is. Again, it just demonstrates your practical need or your set of cultural circumstances, which, everybody has them. I mean, of course, when we come from monolingual places, it seems really, really impressive and cool. Because when you only speak one language and everybody all around you only speaks one language, it's like, wow, you have a use for another language. Whoa, we're getting crazy here. But there are lots of places in the world where that's not the case. Like, hey, Michaela, thank you for saying hola. Glad you got to come in for a minute. I hope you're not working. Although you probably are. Yeah. Okay, I need to translate all of that because I just have been yapping. So, vou tentar lembrar de tudo aquilo que eu acabo de dizer, porque eu estava a falar com o pessoal aqui e honestamente eu tenho andado a cambalear na rota do dia. Ok. Vou lembrando de tudo que dissemos aqui. Falámos brevemente sobre pessoas com quem nos relacionamos, tipo, na conversa de falar sobre, por exemplo, a comunicação social. Falámos da ideia de manter amizades virtualmente e reais, tipo no mundo real, e formas de manter contacto com pessoas e formas de nos relacionar com pessoas e como usamos a língua assim. Tipo, eu estava a comentar com o pessoal aqui que eu, em inglês, eu não falo inglês no meu dia-a-dia com muita frequência. Eu só falo comigo próprio, comigo mesmo, em inglês, tipo... os pensamentos aleatórios que eu tenho no meu dia-a-dia, e nem isso também é 100% inglês, porque eu também penso em português. Eu penso em português, muitas das vezes, tipo uma mistura de português para inglês. Eu vou pensando numa língua e de repente uma palavra introduz outra língua porque aquela palavra veio à mente primeiro e daí eu começo a pensar na língua e daí eu começo a falar em voz alta, pensar em voz alta nessa língua e assim por diante. E eu acho que a mistura é mais ou menos 60% inglês para 40% português num dia normal. Pode ser mais, pode ser menos, dependendo da língua que eu ando a falar. Tipo, se eu estiver a falar muito inglês, mesmo a falar inglês, tipo, que eu encontrei pessoas aqui que falam inglês, ou se eu tiver os pais aqui a falar inglês o tempo todo, ou amigos que me vão visitar, ou coisas do género, eu falo muito inglês, eu vou pensando mais em inglês e eu vejo que eu não penso muito mais pois em português, e isso é uma coisa que me preocupa bastante quando acontece, então eu faço esforço para falar mais em português. Agora, falando mais em português, quando noto que eu estou a falar muito português, que estou a usar muito português, eu ando a ver muitos TikToks em português ou algo do género, eu também, às vezes, penso em voz alta, mais em português, uma percentagem um pouco maior. I don't even know how to mention people on mobile. Honestly, I don't know how YouTube's live stream chat works. Even though I live stream on it. So, bless all of you who have figured it out. Bless all of you who have helped me test things out, like the Buy Me a Coffee alert, which absolutely scared the bejesus out of me the first time it popped up. And then we calmed her down the next time it rang. But yes, I just think it's neat that y'all are here. Mas enfim, eu estava a falar em português sobre essas coisas, estas cenas. Eu estava a responder às pessoas, começámos um pouco a falar sobre perfumes e falar da linguagem que usamos para falar das coisas. Tipo, eu consumo muito conteúdo em português de criadores portuguesas que falam sobre skincare, cuidados da pele, skincare, mas muitas vezes os portugueses dizem skincare porque o inglês soa mais, sei lá, mais chique, mais fantástico, mais moderno, ou o que quer que seja. E são formas e formas de expressar as coisas, e realmente precisamos de aprender a falar sobre temas. Precisamos de falar... precisamos de aprender sobre o vocabulário, sobre as formas de dizer as coisas, as maneiras de expressar um conceito, as diferenças que temos em expressar as mesmas coisas entre línguas e tudo mais. E quando começaram a falar sobre fragrâncias, perfumes, which also, perfume check in the chat if you want to. I'm happy to share what I'm wearing today. We did mention that earlier and then no one did. Sasha, I was wondering if you could say... Sashenka. I say Sashenka. The emphasis on the sash part. Sashenka. Show my brain is... You did hear skincare. E, enfim, em português, eu vejo muito conteúdo de portuguesas que falam sobre skincare, que falam sobre cosméticas, maquilhagem, perfumes, coisas assim, e eu vou... Porque eu quero... Isso é conteúdo que eu nunca, jamais veria em inglês, pois em inglês eu não preciso... O meu skincare em inglês, eu não preciso desse conteúdo, porque o meu skincare é tão básico, é tão... Olha, é tão nada, e ainda assim mantenho a pele razoavelmente decente, porque aqui com as luzes eu pareço ter uma pele muito mais maravilhosa do que eu tenho aqui. E realmente, a minha pele não é exatamente maravilhosa, mas, tipo, tá ok. I'm wearing a Jazzy by Latafa, which is that famous, I think, Emirati perfume mask, and it's basically an ambroxan balm, but it's also very delicious. It also is very distinctly masculine. E enfim, mas eu consumo esse conteúdo de criadoras portuguesas porque eu quero saber como andam a falar sobre estes temas. Tipo, interessa-me. A maquilhagem, o skincare, as rotinas, tipo, os hauls que fazem dos produtos, de como descrevem os produtos. Eu quero saber como descrevem os produtos, como usam os produtos, etc. E isso faz parte da linguagem que aprendemos e a forma como aprendemos a expressar as coisas. E para mim é muito importante. É muito importante saber falar desse jeito e ter, tipo, esse conhecimento, porque é uma área que, na verdade, eu... É algo que também em inglês eu falo bastante sobre essas coisas em inglês com amigos, tipo, andávamos a falar sobre perfumes, porque é uma coisa que ficou super popular. Perfume é uma coisa que ficou super popular nos últimos anos, digamos assim. Tipo, toda a gente anda a ficar um pouco obcecada com perfumes, tipo... Os perfumes, toda a gente começou a colecionar perfumes, e se vocês send me that, please. Se vocês só me conhecerem através dos vídeos aqui, muito provavelmente não iam saber que eu gosto muito de perfume e coisas assim. Tipo, faz parte da minha vida fora do YouTube, fora do âmbito linguístico, fora deste género de coisas. E até mesmo no Instagram também, se me conhecerem por Instagram, eu não posto muito sobre perfumes e coisas assim. Então, isso mostra que comunicamos com pessoas distintas, comunicamos com pessoas de uma forma que nos permite falar sobre temas, sobre coisas, sobre obsessões, sobre, sei lá, coisas diferentes em âmbitos diferentes. Portanto, é muito importante engajar com conteúdos, e isto não aprendes em 6 meses com Duolingo. Isto é uma coisa que não aprendes com Rosetta Stone. Tipo, podes andar um ano com Rosetta Stone, podes terminar o curso no Duolingo, tipo, ou a árvore, não sei como, eu acho que continuo a chamá-la uma árvore no Duolingo, por exemplo. Mas tu não vais aprender essas cenas, tipo, é preciso realmente ir no mundo real e interagir com essas ideias. Porque essas apps, por exemplo, que estávamos a falar, eu estava a contar também para falar sobre as apps de aprendizagem. Eu queria comparar, por exemplo, o Duolingo com o Rosetta Stone. Era que essas apps não são feitas para esse tipo de aprendizagem, são feitas para que possas aprender o mais básico de um idioma possível, e apanhar através da repetição e a exposição contínua a vocabulário, a conceitos, a ideias, a padrões da linguagem, mediante também, claramente, diferentes métodos, porque Duolingo faz uso de um método de tradução que introduz o conceito de pensar numa língua, e pensar numa língua é uma coisa importante, porque uma pessoa que é monolíngue não consegue conceber da ideia de pensar numa língua, porque pensar e a língua são uma e a mesma coisa. Os pensamentos estão numa língua e a língua guia os pensamentos. Tipo, lá existe muita filosofia por trás e debates no âmbito em que não vou entrar, de jeito nenhum. Mas os monolíngues não conseguem separar os pensamentos da própria língua. Ou seja, pensamos, logo temos língua. Mas os bilíngues e multilíngues conseguem mudar o chip. Tipo, temos um chip de uma língua e temos outro chip para outra língua e precisamos de trocar o chip, tipo um telemóvel. E às vezes não é tão fluido e às vezes é complicado e às vezes é mesmo até difícil. Eu estava a elogiar o trabalho dos intérpretes, porque os intérpretes fazem um grande trabalho que eu acho incrivelmente difícil. Eu estava também a contar aqui ao pessoal que traduzir em tempo real, eu sempre digo em simultâneo, que não é bem assim, porque eu não sou duas pessoas, eu não consigo falar traduzindo ao mesmo tempo, não teria sentido, não teria senso. Mas podemos expressar a ideia desta maneira. Traduzir em tempo real, como eu faço com estes vídeos, eu tento fazer este tipo de tradução em tempo real para as lives, para os vídeos. Para os vídeos, não. Aliás, eu respondi a um comentário que era um comentário que me estava a pedir fazer os vídeos em português. Eu vou ser muito honesto, muito sincero, eu não vou fazer os vídeos em português, não pretendo. Não vou dizer que nunca, porque nunca se deve dizer nunca, mas eu não pretendo fazer os vídeos em português porque seria muito trabalho. Eu não sei se o trabalho compensava ao esforço, porque o esforço é muito. Já é muito esforço fazer os vídeos. E para repetir os vídeos e fazê-los em português seria muito mais trabalho do que a compensa, entendem? Porque eu não monetizo o canal, eu não ganho dinheiro com isto e é muito tempo, é muito esforço. E também existe o quesito de eu não gosto da minha própria voz em português. Quando eu edito vídeos em inglês, tranquilo, estou altamente acostumado com a minha própria voz em inglês. Agora, a minha voz em português dá-me vergonha alheia de ouvir. Muito embora eu consiga falar um bom português, eu sei que falo um bom português, mas dá-me uma vergonha de me ouvir a mim próprio. Não consigo. É muito esquisito ouvir que eu estou a falar português e ter que editar isso. Girl. Não. Então, há muitos motivos pelos quais não pretendo fazer os vídeos em português. Agora, talvez shorts. Let us know if you get into shorts, reels, etc. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that. I will let you know. If I do, I will literally just probably post them. So. Porque a Julie também estava a contar que não sabe como eu consigo postar tanto na internet. Foi por causa disso que andávamos a falar sobre os amiguinhos na internet, os amiguinhos que residem no telemóvel aqui. Eu tenho tantos amigos virtuais quanto amigos na vida real, porque eu vim morar em Barcelona, não por motivos sociais, mas sim por motivos económicos. E agora eu não trabalho diretamente em Barcelona, mas a qualidade de vida aqui, economicamente falando, é muito boa. É por causa disso que eu continuo aqui, senão eu voltava a Lisboa, assim. Gostava de voltar a Lisboa, mas as coisas, do jeito como andam para mim, pois eu não prevejo isso a curto prazo. Quem sabe, no futuro. Ou se algum português aparecer, um sugar daddy português aparecer. O sonho de há 13 anos já. Mas mais vale pedir 1 milhão no Euro Milhões e um unicórnio, porque, olha... enfim. Eu mantenho muitos amigos na internet. Muitos amigos na internet. Comunico com pessoas na internet. Então, para mim, postar na internet é uma cena super natural. Para mim é tipo comunicar com pessoas, com os amigos que tenho, e era isso. Também, por falar nisso, eu já não uso o Twitter. Há alguns que possam estar a ver isto por causa do Twitter, mas eu acho que seriam muito poucos. Mas também pode haver pessoas no YouTube que vêm através do YouTube a ver as lives que possam estar aqui, que esperavam smash that subscribe button. You know, that's a good question. I don't know what the fixed cheesy phrase is because I don't watch YouTube enough in Portuguese. Old, que só faz essas lives na esperança de deixar um sugar. Quem me dera. Estou literalmente há 13 anos à espera. Yeah, Michaela, that's a great question. I need to watch more YouTube in Portuguese. I watch a lot of TikTok in Portuguese, but not a lot of YouTube. So I don't know what that silly phrase would be, technically speaking. Sugar daddy é universal. Anyway, it is universal. Mas enfim. Pode haver pessoas que vêm do YouTube. Enfim. E para essa gente, eu vos digo. Não me sigam no Twitter. Sigam-me no Blue Sky. Agora, o Blue Sky começou a bombar. O Blue Sky está a bombar. Eu uso muito mais Blue Sky. Eu tenho muito mais engajamento no Blue Sky. Tipo, eu interajo muito mais com pessoas. Eu posto coisas. Eu vou respondendo a coisas. Tenho grandes comunidades lá. Em todas as áreas que podes pensar. Realmente, como alternativa ao Twitter, é imbatível. Blue Sky é 1000 vezes melhor. Eu gosto muito mais do Blue Sky, tanto que o link principal das minhas redes sociais eu acho que é já Blue Sky na minha coisa aqui. Blue Sky é o sítio. Blue Sky é o bicho. Blue Sky é tudo. Tipo, venham ao Blue Sky. Mas também podem me seguir no Instagram, porque Instagram é outra coisa que eu uso também. Mas é isso, Blue Sky e Instagram, muito embora eu mantenha esse link para o Twitter nos meus links aqui em cima, mas olha, Twitter já morreu para mim. Tipo, Twitter morreu. Meto o dedo no dedão. Ai, não. Ai, é bué da cringe também. Down like. In Portuguese, they'd just say it really, Michaela. In Portuguese, in Portugal, I should say. I mean, in Portugal, they usually are really literal, and it's just like, subscrevam o canal, something along those lines. It's different in Brazil than it is in Portugal, but yeah, a lot of the times they're really just very literal. In Portugal, they do say met-like sometimes, which Brazilians sometimes think is funny because they think the verb meter is funny. But yeah, and in Portugal, they say met for a lot more things. Ok, por onde é que eu andava? Eu estava a comparar Duolingo e Rosetta Stone. Estávamos a falar, enfim, de formas de aprender a pensar noutras línguas. Então, Duolingo apresenta a ideia, o próprio conceito de pensar noutra língua, mediante essa forma de tradução. Então, a tradução consegue apresentar a ideia, o próprio conceito de pensar noutra língua a pessoas monolínguas que não têm nenhuma concepção da ideia. E está tudo bem. Funciona, de certo modo, o Duolingo para as línguas globais, maiores, blá blá blá. Os cursos mais desenvolvidos, Duolingo consegue ser uma boa opção, uma boa escolha. Agora, as línguas super regionais, as línguas inventadas, as línguas super pequenas. Os cursos não são tão bem desenvolvidos no Duolingo e, francamente, não valem a pena porque não há tanto conteúdo e realmente não servem. E para outras línguas que são grandes, mas precisam de uma didática um pouco diferente, porque são muito diferentes das línguas ocidentais, tais como o chinês, que é o mandarim, no Duolingo. Mandarim, japonês, coreano, tipo... Não, Duolingo não é exatamente a melhor aplicação para... Não é a melhor app para aprender essas línguas. E essas línguas geralmente têm outras apps para aprender que são melhores, até para anglófonos. Mas eu não sei quais são porque não é a minha área. Não são línguas que conquistou muito familiarizado. Tipo, não são línguas... Era uma vez eu fiz um ano de mandarim, mas tipo, isso foi antes sequer do surgimento das apps para tudo. Eu acho que foi antes do iPhone. Enfim, Duolingo, essa forma de traduzir, tá ok, serve. Consegues aprender o básico com o Duolingo, ok, serve. Agora, a Rosetta Stone tem... Eles gostam de dizer Mac. Oh, thank you for the coffee. That is still really loud, but it is an acceptable volume now. Thank you, I appreciate that so much. Rosetta Stone gosta de dizer que tem 25 idiomas. Agora, ok, tudo bem. Eles contam inglês britânico e inglês americano como duas línguas. Então, não são exatamente 25 idiomas. Portanto, mas vá lá. Que eles dizem que têm 25 idiomas. Ok, tudo bem, tudo tranquilo. Whatever. That was a big surprise. Mas eu acho que o promédio, o intermédio, tipo, o nível base no Rosetta Stone é muito, muito, muito mais alto do que Duolingo, porque Rosetta Stone, primeiro, é pago. Rosetta Stone é pago e não custa barato também. Portanto, eles foram extremamente generosos comigo para me oferecer um ano de alemão, no caso. Eu escolhi alemão, mas eu podia ter escolhido outra língua qualquer. Eu também tinha interesse em estudar hebraico porque os dois são línguas que eu gosto de estudar, tipo, para decifrar, mas não necessariamente com o fim de comunicar com pessoas, mas simplesmente para decodificar alguma coisa nessas línguas, tipo, no caso do alemão é a sintaxe, e no caso de hebraico, pois, com raízes judaicos, e é Hanukkah também. Eu acendi as 5 velas hoje. Foi em parte por isso que a live estava demorada hoje. Mas não, raízes judaicas, etc. Ok. Às vezes eu gosto de estudar hebraico. Tanto também porque é tão diferente de qualquer outra língua que eu falo. Ok, tudo bem. Arrependo-me ligeiramente por não ter optado pelo hebraico, mas já fiz alemão no Duolingo. Então, fazia-me muito sentido fazer o alemão também para comparar diretamente com o Duolingo e fazê-lo no Rosetta Stone. E então optei por fazer assim para ter a comparação direta. E Rosetta Stone realmente funciona de forma imersiva. E essa forma imersiva consegue partir de uma base de conhecimento muito básico, tipo o mais básico, repetido 300 mil vezes, para que só entre na cabeça, porque na verdade as crianças aprendem línguas dessa forma. Oh, did your comment get held? Hold on. Where's the live? Where's my channel dashboard? What is going on here? I don't see it in the chat. Details, analytics. Oh, the live control room. Oh, if you switch it to live chat, you can see what Max said. So I guess YouTube doesn't like the word bitch. Sorry, YouTube. Okay, that's funny. Anyway. Crianças aprendem línguas. I'm gonna switch that on here too. Okay. Crianças aprendem línguas, tipo assim. Tipo, eles vão dizendo que nem papagaio. Todas as coisas que vão ouvindo. E repetindo as mesmas coisas 300 mil vezes, N vezes, até ser uma coisa automática, porque essas conexões neurais que temos são tão consolidadas que a linguagem consegue ser automática. Tanto é que conseguimos chegar a um nível de automatização da nossa segunda língua também, quando aprendemos línguas, bastante alta. Nunca vai ser exatamente a mesma coisa que a nossa língua principal, a nossa língua primária, que não necessariamente é a primeira língua que aprendemos, mas simplesmente é a língua que usamos com mais frequência e com mais uso durante o período crítico da aquisição das línguas. Uma língua secundária nunca vai alcançar os níveis da língua primária nesse respeito, mas a língua secundária pode alcançar níveis muito altos de automatização, mesmo não ativando as mesmas áreas do cérebro, mesmo não tendo exatamente a mesma profundidade de conexões neurais que a nossa primeira língua tem. Isso é uma coisa bem estudada. Existem muitos estudos dentro da linguística, dentro da neuropatia, dentro de toda coisa relacionada com o cérebro. É uma área bastante bem estudada. Mas sim, mesmo adultos que estudam línguas, quando conseguem pensar na língua e quando conseguem alcançar um nível de fluência, conseguem automatizar, em certa medida, a língua secundária. Mesmo quando essa língua tem o que são vistos como erros de linguagem, erros de gramática, mas essas pessoas conseguem ainda assim, ainda na mesma, automatizar essa língua que lhe é própria. Não sei se me faço entender, mas tipo, é assim. Eu não sei se falámos de muito mais. Fizemos perfume check, que é basicamente toda a gente a dizer qual perfume estão a usar. Eu hoje estou a usar Ejazi, que é um perfume árabe da casa Latafa, que tem Broxan. É muito masculino. Eu gosto bastante para o inverno. No verão é enjoativo. Ferreira, és o estrangeiro com português mais perfeito que já ouvi. Muito obrigado. A minha meta é sempre aperfeiçoar um pouquinho mais a cada vez o meu português, pois sempre pode ser melhor. Sempre pode melhorar. Mas o português para mim é o grande projeto de vida, e isso inclui a pronúncia, isso inclui a manutenção do meu português como um português de Lisboa, como eu aprendi. Eu tenho realmente um compromisso com a manutenção do meu português, que é genuíno, que é o português de Lisboa, pois aprendi português em Lisboa, morei em Lisboa 3 anos, durante 3 dos anos mais críticos do meu desenvolvimento enquanto pessoa. Foi por isso que Portugal marcou tanto na minha vida, e é por isso que eu tenho este compromisso com o meu português europeu, português de Portugal, especificamente de Lisboa. Ok, eu acho que já traduzi tudo em português, então eu vou voltar a yapar em inglês. Okay, what's the most authoritative magisterial Portuguese dictionary? Oh, this is a very good question. KQROYH. I don't know how you would want to say that. The OED of Portuguese. I'm always frustrated when I look up something and there's no etymology given. I have a really long answer for this. So I will give it to you in just a second. Let me read the chat really quickly. When they released Irish on Duolingo, they had second language speakers doing the audio. Yeah, and I heard that there were a lot of errors with the Irish that was used. Sorry, switching languages actually did just kind of twist my brain in a knot there for a second. Okay, I want to read the perfume chat really quick too, and then I will answer that question. We've got a lot going on tonight. Sasha, I have a fragrance YouTube video to send you. Yeah, so Michaela, send me that video. Michaela, if you're still here, send me the video. Send it to me on Discord or on Blue Sky, please. I want to watch. Carmen B's wearing Valentino Born in Roma green version. Ooh. I'll have to look that up. Travel size on Black Friday. I'm liking it a lot. Why is it called Green Stravaganza? Wow. Okay. Ryan said, Sasha, let us know if you get into shorts or reels. Okay, this is something that I also wanted to address, which is there's a non-zero chance that in the future I will maybe branch out into posting short form content like shorts on YouTube. So if you ever see me cutting up an old video and putting it on shorts, that's why. Or just making actual short videos to put on shorts. I might do that in the future. I'm not promising anything. I have given up promising content on this channel. Y'all are gonna see me on this channel when you see me, and let's not create expectations. I love and appreciate absolutely every one of you that takes the time to watch my videos, despite the fact that I am not kind of a YouTube regular. And I'm always extremely grateful for everybody who tunes in. It really tickles my brain. It scratches a creative itch in my brain that doesn't really have a comparison, to be really honest with you. So the fact that people watch, Julie, please. The fact that people watch it all is just a treat. It's just a bonus treat. The fact that people have bought me coffee is also just blows my mind. So I appreciate each and every one of you, even without that. But especially those of you who have done that and jump scared me with that notification. That's wild to me. Okay, back to the question though. What is the most authoritative magisterial Portuguese dictionary? You have to be really deliberate about which variety of Portuguese you are talking about. If you want a definitive, authoritative dictionary for European Portuguese, you can use the dictionary that the Academia das Ciências de Lisboa has. They have an online link, and I will actually grab that link for you and put it in the chat, and I will try to reply to you with it. But it is not the one and only, because just like in English, there is not one... Oh, can you not just reply to people? Okay, let's see if I can find K. Hold on. K-Y... No, Q. There you are. So, right now I'm going to send you this link, which is to the dictionary of the Academia das Ciências de Lisboa. Now, this for European Portuguese is a really, really good bet. And it is from the Academia das Ciências de Lisboa, which is the sort of regulatory body of Portuguese for European Portuguese. Great, wonderful option. They usually have etymology, although I will say that etymology is something I find lacking in dictionaries in general. But they are not the one and only source that you can use. And I would also recommend using the dictionaries from Porto Editora, which online is known as Infopedia. So, Infopedia, I will get you the link to that as well. We're dropping that link in the chat. Okay. let me KQ. So, Infopedia is super easy to use. It is consumer facing, but Porta Editora is considered a dictionary of reference. And so you should also use them. And you can kind of, between the two of them, you will get the most definitive, sort of authoritative, normative, standard dictionary use. This is for European Portuguese. And I really, really mean this is specifically for European Portuguese. Now, Porta Editora does include regionalisms. They do include, words from Brazil. They include words from Angola. They include, whatever. But they are focused on European Portuguese, and so their entries for other dialect variants are limited. So if you want regional dictionary, I have yet to find a good source, a good proper dictionary for example, Angolan Portuguese, Mozambican Portuguese, in a sophisticated, user-friendly online resource. Now, for Brazilian Portuguese, your options options exist, obviously. They exist, of course they exist. But I want to say that the best one in Brazilian Portuguese is going to be the dictionary Wise. The problem with that is that it is hidden behind a paywall. And let me find this for you real quick. Now, Wool is is one of the biggest portals online, but this has a paywall. So for Brazilian Portuguese, Wise is the most prestigious dictionary that exists. But if you want an option that is not hidden behind a paywall, infuriatingly, you can do Michaelis, which I will get the link for real quick. Michaelis is, I didn't realize it was also on Wall. I don't know why I didn't realize. Não me passou pela cabeça. This is a great example of how I think in English and Portuguese. Yeah, okay, anyway. So Michaelis is free. You can use it for free. And that's great. Wonderful. You have access to that. What I will say is that those dictionaries are not good for anything relating to European Portuguese, obviously. They are very good at Brazilian Portuguese because that's the normative standard that they are serving. So there's your answer for the dictionaries. It's not sort of as simple as, one dictionary to rule them all. How is dictionary doing these days for Portuguese etymology? I would even say spotty is kind of unjust to it. I would say that it's actually pretty good. Oftentimes, not that often actually. To be really honest with you, it's not even that often that they're missing etymological entries. Sometimes the Wikipedia or Wiktionary entries, what did you call me? Sometimes, I hope that we're not gonna get an ad, but I hate this song. Okay, I did not like that Old West sounding whatever. Anyway, wow, I really just got derailed. Nope. Wiktionary, right. Sometimes the entries for etymology on Wiktionary are... Listen, sometimes they're different than what you might encounter in the dictionaries. Sometimes they're actually better than what you might encounter in the dictionaries online, the sort of authoritative dictionaries online. Sometimes Wiktionary is actually better and has better cited sources for their etymologies. Sometimes they don't have an etymology at all. But sometimes that is also the case with the grand reference dictionaries that I was also pointing to. So it's a mixed bag. Wiktionary is a very, 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 very useful source for etymologies for Portuguese, and I use it extensively. And I use it as a starting point to then cross-check their references and see what their sources are and go from there. So I cannot shit on Wiktionary as a source for etymology at all. It is a perfectly good one. It's a good starting point, and it's a good thing to sort of cross-reference and see, does everything agree with each other? And if they don't, why? So, there's your answer. Shorts wouldn't seem. If you've seen me post on Blue Sky, you know what it seem. That's all I'm going to say about that. I know that's not true. Okay. Checking some things. Sometimes you have to look to other Romance languages to find one. Sometimes that happens. That does sometimes happen. I have had that happen on rare occasion, but not too frequently. But the beauty of Wiktionary is that you can find sort of the Latin source, the Latin root, and kind of figure it out if you know what to look for. So, yeah, and sometimes you have to do that anyway because the Portuguese dictionaries just don't have those etymologies for whatever reason. And so you go on a wild goose chase to find an etymology, and then all of a sudden you started looking for the etymology of one word and you ended up in just a completely different place altogether. A classic Wikipedia rabbit hole, if you will. Yeah. I'm gonna translate that to Português. Vou traduzir isso a português agora, porque senão eu vou esquecer-me. O que queria traduzir agora é basicamente a pergunta que foi dada a esta pessoa com um nome de utilizador que não consigo dizer, tipo, porque são letras aleatórias. Ou podem até não ser, mas não sei qual é a lógica atrás dessas letras. Mas esta pessoa perguntou uma pergunta, colocou a pergunta muito interessante, que é sobre os dicionários de referência em português. Quais são os dicionários de referência tipo OED, tipo Merriam-Webster nos Estados Unidos, Oxford, do inglês britânico, etc. Tipo, o dicionário em português. E a simples resposta é que não existe um único dicionário de referência. Depende tanto da variante linguística, tipo, a variante determina muita coisa. E não é só a depender das academias também reguladoras da língua portuguesa, as variantes da língua portuguesa, para os dicionários também, porque a Academia das Ciências de Lisboa tem um dicionário de referência que também tem uma versão disponível online há um par de anos também. Nem sempre foi o caso também. A Academia das Ciências de Lisboa só disponibilizou este dicionário online de fácil consulta há poucos anos. Tipo, se houvesse esse dicionário em 2016, quando eu comecei a fazer os vídeos no YouTube, por exemplo, tinha sido bastante mais fácil para mim fazer muita coisa, muita consulta. Enfim, a Academia das Ciências de Lisboa é um dos dicionários de referência para português europeu, a variante europeia da língua portuguesa. Também temos os dicionários da Portuguesora. Gotta believe, have a great night, my friends. Thanks for streaming. Thank you for joining, Michaela. I appreciate you coming and chatting with us. Always good to see you. Have a good night. And I will see you in Joe's chat tomorrow. My brain is absolutely tying itself in a knot right now. But bye, Michaela. Enfim, Portuguesora. Então, a Porta Editora é um dos dicionários de referência. O bom da Porta Editora é que tem dicionários extensivos, muito extensos, na internet. Tipo, na internet, a Infopédia, que é da Porta Editora, que é a versão digital da Porta Editora, dos dicionários da Porta Editora, é a referência, tipo, é o que tem mais uso de mais longa data na internet. Tipo, na internet é a referência da Porta Editora. Da Porta Editora é muito bom dicionário. E o dicionário da Porta Editora é um dos dicionários de referência em Portugal, da variante portuguesa, da língua portuguesa, da variante europeia, da língua portuguesa, vale constar também aqui que quando falamos destes dicionários da variante europeia, right, please. É muito embora tenham entradas, verbetes para regionalismos, particularmente do Brasil, dos outros países de língua portuguesa, são muito longe de completos a esse respeito. Não se pode depender ao 100% dele. Para conferir palavras provindas dessas regiões. Tipo, a riqueza vocabulária do vocabulário, a riqueza vocabular dessas regiões ultrapassa de longe o que oferece em termos de verbetes o dicionário da Porta Editora. Simplesmente dito. Mas a Porta Editora tem muitos dicionários bilíngues também, que são muito úteis para fazer traduções, para perceber melhor uma palavra, para dar mais contexto, sei lá. Se tu não tens se tens dificuldades em perceber uma palavra ou se calhar a definição de uma palavra, isso também pode ser bastante útil e é muito melhor e muito mais fiável e muito mais confiável do que usar um tradutor. Tipo o Google Translate, DeepL, esses serviços de tradução na internet muitas vezes não servem como dicionário bilíngue. E o dicionário bilíngue da Porta Editora é dos melhores que há. Para a variante europeia da língua também. Temos que ter sempre em mente que é a variante europeia da língua de que estamos a falar aqui. Realmente é a variante europeia da língua. Quando falamos da Porta Editora da Academia das Ciências de Lisboa. Ok. Até aqui, tudo bem. Para o português europeu... para o português brasileiro, temos o WISE, que é provavelmente o melhor dicionário que existe para o português brasileiro. Tipo, e sempre foi. É um dicionário excelente. O problema... Qual é o problema? O problema é que é pago na internet. O portal Wall, que por acaso tem também outro dicionário de referência do português brasileiro, mas enfim. O portal Wall coloca o dicionário WISE atrás de um paywall. Tu tens que pagar para aceder ao dicionário WISE. Tu não podes consultar os verbetes do dicionário WISE. É o que é. Portanto, temos também o dicionário Michaelis, que é grátis, mas também é no Wall, que eu não sabia. Eu não me dei, não vou dizer que não sabia, porque eu sabia, mas não me dei conta disso. Mas o dicionário Michaelis também é um dicionário excelente para o português brasileiro. Eu acho que também inclui etimologias. Então, por falarmos de dicionários de referência, são estas. Agora, falando das variantes tipo angolana ou moçambicana da língua portuguesa, tanto é que não são propriamente variantes formalizadas, quanto não existem dicionários regionais da língua portuguesa variante angolana ou moçambicana na internet de forma fácil de usar, de forma elegante, de livre acesso e tudo mais na internet. Hey, Janela! Eu gostava que existisse, mas não é uma cena que existe. Não é uma cena que eu, pelo menos, tenha encontrado. Gostava de encontrar algum dia, ou que fosse fornecido algum dia, mas até o momento não é uma coisa que me consta como existente na internet. Podia até mesmo estar errado, mas na minha pesquisa no tema, pois não tenho encontrado. Outra vez digo, tipo, que podíamos chamar também de referência, que podíamos usar como, tipo, com autoridade na questão, porque existem, tipo, pequenos dicionários ou sites com algumas definições ou coisas do género, mas, tipo, para as variantes africanas da língua portuguesa, pois não existe, tipo, um dicionário definitivo. Lamentavelmente. Okay. So, we're gonna go back to English now, and we'll just go with the chat. I do have a couple more. My brain is going in knots today for sure. And I need some water. Girly, I need some water. Okay, we have talked about apps a little bit. I do want to talk about my year and things that I've done on YouTube and things that are relevant to this channel a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I definitely have been kind of getting to the point where my brain is like tying itself in knots. So you know, that's a thing. I think yeah, anyway. There are people who are new here. I'm going to say this in English and Portuguese. There are people who are new here in the last, I don't know, half an hour or whatever, who maybe don't totally understand what I do here as I translate my lives. Together, like, so I'll talk in English and then translate it to Portuguese or vice versa, just to provide the utmost of accessibility for everybody who might be watching, because there are a lot of people who primarily speak Portuguese who watch my videos, and so for them I usually put subtitles, and then of course I speak English, and so, you know, that's fine too, but since I can't put subtitles in my lives, it's not possible, and frankly the idea of simultaneously translating an auto-generated subtitle sounds like a disaster to me. Yeah, I don't know. E para quem chegou bem na última hora, eu vou rapidamente explicar que estas lives eu faço em simultâneo em português e inglês. Eu traduzo o que eu digo em inglês para português ou vice-versa, porque eu coloco as legendas nos vídeos e não consigo fazer isso em tempo real numa live, não é possível, não existe como opção, então eu tenho que traduzir tudo, e é por isso que eu vou alternando línguas, vou traduzindo as coisas, e é por causa disso. É assim que funcionam estas lives, para quem não sabia, não sei. Okay, sometimes you have to look to other languages. It's a good source for sure, but I look up a lot of words and it's not super infrequent for there to just not be anything. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the times when there's just not anything, it's just because sometimes there just isn't an etymological explanation available somewhere. And I find that in quite a lot of those cases, there's not an etymological explanation given in the dictionaries too. So it's just, you kind of have to, it can be touch and go. But, you know, it is what it is. And what else was I gonna say? Yeah, wow. Let's see. Where are we? So, it's almost 2025, huh? I've been doing this stuff on YouTube for over 10 years, which is a really, really long time. I haven't been doing lives on YouTube for that long, but I have been. I need to put this back. But I want to talk a little bit about the year that I've had because, as you can see, I have been reading a lot. And like I said at the beginning of this live, I'm going to be doing a video about the history of Portuguese orthography at some point coming up. That'll probably be the next video that I make. So you see all of these tabs, it's because I don't like to highlight my books. When I'm reading, I don't know about you guys, but I do not like to mark the pages of what I'm reading at all. Like, at all. So I use tabs to kind of do as a placeholder for, you know, like underlining or highlighting my books, because I don't like to, I don't want to like mark my books. I don't know. For me, it's just not, the idea of marking the page just kind of bothers me. That bothers me. So I've read this book. One of the things that I've been doing this year, I have not made a lot of videos this year. I just have the one video that I made that you guys may have watched already, probably did if you were watching this live, which was about Portuguese from Mozambique. But one of the things that I wanted to get back into was like, it absolutely gives me the ick. It completely, marking, okay, Coco. Marking, like writing in books, it really gives me the ick. Like, I don't know, props to people who can do it and write like notes in their margins and stuff, but I cannot do that. Yeah, I feel like I'm ruining a good book if I highlight it or annotate it as well. Like I can't do it. I'll do it on a PDF, but like not a book. Not like a physical book where I can't like get rid of it later. It feels like sacrilegious. Yeah, so one of the things I wanted to do this year was start reading more, and I had a bunch of these books like this on my shelf that I have accumulated over the years. Like, I've been doing stuff about Portuguese language on this channel since 2016, which is 8.5 years ago, almost 9 years ago, which is a really long time. Oh my God. I was in my early 20s mid-20s. Mid-20s. Can give myself a little bit more grace. I was in my mid-20s when I started doing videos about Portuguese on this channel. And if you dig back far enough, you can find those videos because they are still available. The older videos, when I was in my early 20s, mostly are not available, but there are some. If you really want to see what young 20s Sasha was like, you can you can go back and look at that. But I definitely have not kept most of those videos up. Because they're very cringy. But yeah, I've been doing videos about Portuguese for a really long time on this channel, and over the years, as I've kind of professionally developed my my linguistics stuff in Portuguese and become a Portuguese language specialist over time, I, of course, I've accumulated a lot of very sort of academic books on lots of different topics in Portuguese, some of which I've used for videos in the past, some, I've used the ones that I've read for videos in the past, but, some of which have been, as part of doing research, I realized that, like, there was a book from an author that I was reading a paper from and got it, or whatever. I've just accumulated books that have been sitting on my shelf all year, and so some of it has been reading books like this. I have read a whole bunch of books this year from a bunch of, a wide variety of authors. And if I could get the books to stay put for half a second on my shelf, I will show you some more of the books that I've been reading. So that book was about the 1986 orthographic agreement for the Portuguese language that didn't actually come to fruition. Instead, the 1990 orthographic agreement happened because of a lot of the controversies that happened because of it. But this book is a collection of essays from Celso Cunha, who is Brazil's most highly renowned linguist. He was mostly active in mid-century in the last century, but he is sort of like the grandfather doyen of linguistics in Brazil, Portuguese linguistics, and topics related to the Portuguese language in Brazil. I read this book this year. It was a very good, informative, interesting book. Some of these texts I've read in PDFs and stuff, but this is just kind of an example of the stuff that I've been reading. It's just been random linguistic stuff like this, where again I've just accumulated these books because I have over the years in my literally becoming a linguist and actually working with the Portuguese language as part of my day job, because I work, for those of you who don't know, I work in linguistic services. So I do a whole bunch of different things. I do a lot of things that are in English, that are subtitles and captioning and stuff like that, and transcription. But I also work in translation, and I have been a consultant for linguistic things that have to do with Portuguese as well. So I do a whole bunch of linguistic services. Speaking of etymology, do you think updating spelling to follow sound changes is a good idea, or should they stick to etymological spelling? Give us a sneak peek. This is a good. I'm not going to answer your question necessarily strictly directly, but I will give you an answer that will kind of satisfy the spirit of the question, which is my view on Portuguese spelling in particular, sort of as a sneak peek of the video that I want to do. So the video that I want to do is going to be sort of a complete history of Portuguese writing, and also checking notifications. And so I think a lot of my interest in that, I think over the years, when I started learning Portuguese, it was kind of early in the transition in Portugal, the legal transition to the new orthographic agreement. So there is a bit of a backstory there. Officially, I think everything had to start transitioning in 2010 or something. I'm a little too tired to be quoted on dates right now. My brain's a little too fried right now to be quoted on dates for things, but I want to say they had to start legally transitioning to the new orthographic agreement in 2010. What this meant was that a lot of things in Portugal were still being published in the old orthographic style. Actually, in Portugal, there's plenty of stuff still following the old orthographic standard, but back then, in 2012. There was a lot more that was not in the new orthographic agreement still, and there were a lot of very strong, heated opinions by Portuguese people about the new orthographic agreement. I came into learning Portuguese in that cultural environment, and a lot of the authors and people who I read and thought were funny or interesting or whatever happened to also be people who really could not stand the new orthographic agreement. So my first impression was oh yeah, this orthographic agreement is terrible, and I just kind of followed that idea. That being said, as I embarked on my linguistics journey, what ended up happening is that from a linguistic standpoint, I started to kind of realize that, there's never going to be a perfectly satisfactory, perfectly phonetic answer to Portuguese orthography, especially because Portuguese simply didn't do that for itself when it probably could have. in order to come into the modern world with one, the way that Spanish did. So with that said, the thing that I actually formally kind of shifted my writing to the New Orthographic Agreement when I started in 2020 to make videos regularly. So you'll notice on my channel, if you look back on the videos that I've made, I was kind of sporadic up until 2020, and then December 2019, really, I started making videos very regularly. I started making at least a couple of videos a month for a little while. Of course, with the pandemic and all that happening, it got a little bit easier, and I had a lot of topics still to cover. And then it kind of trailed off again after a while for other reasons, which is why I spent a couple of years not making videos on YouTube. But so with that being said, I sort of formally made the switch to the new orthography because from a linguistic standpoint, I kind of found it to be nonsensical to try to hold on to the old standard, for one thing, being that it was politically already covered, and it's not going anywhere. You know, the children have been learning the new orthographic standard for 10 years, and guess what? Those kids that are learning the new orthographic standard are going to grow up and say, this is how we write Portuguese. This is the correct way to learn Portuguese. So like when their grandpas die and the old orthographic standard goes with it, oh, I hate that. When their grandpas die or their fathers die and the old orthographic standard goes with them, guess what? The new orthography from 1990 is going to rule the roost, unless we have a big updated orthographic agreement in the next, 50 years, which I don't, may or may not happen, but the point is that we have the one that we have. It's the one that is legally valid, and it is the one that is legally set in stone, so there's really no point in resisting it, especially if you're a second language learner. But also, please. But also, I think just from a sensible standpoint, when you look at the context of what exactly changed in the orthographic agreement from 1990, I sort of started to give it a critical look from sort of a more critical lens, and I realized that, like, a lot of the things that changed make a lot of sense. The Portuguese sort of infatuation with the silent consonants that were supposed to represent the opening of vowel sounds is, when you look at the history of Portuguese orthography, sort of a more modern invention in a lot of cases. And doesn't really have a need to exist. There are a lot of reasons why those don't necessarily need to be there. So my personal opinion of it changed in a lot of ways, where I saw the new orthographic agreement as just being, in a lot of ways, more sensible, both politically convenient, but also more sensible in a lot of ways, and honestly a little bit easier for people who are learning the language to use. So I think that I think it's good to have kind of a systematic approach of updating spelling to make more phonetic sense. I think that there are limitations to that, and I think that there have been attempts at reforming spelling in Portuguese that have not made that much sense, aiming to serve that need. So this is, I think, the best kind of preview that I can give you of the video that I'm going to make in that sense. But yeah, I would say that my journey was one where I went from sort of following authors who were very emotionally attached to the old orthographic agreement to then studying linguistics and really internalizing a lot of the science of language behind why orthographic decisions are made, and realizing that the new orthographic agreement is frankly better in quite a lot of ways, and it, for many reasons, it's just more sensible to use that and then choosing to adopt it, to where now I find it a little bit stubborn of people to continue to use the old orthographic agreement, but they're well within their right. I mean, I think everybody's kind of attached to the way that they learned how to write, and they think that, that's the correct way, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. So yeah, that's what I can give you as a preview. The video itself is not going to really include my thoughts and opinions about it. I'm just going to present kind of the chronology of what happened with the with Portuguese writing, but it's gonna be my idea for it is that it's going to be a long video, one of the longer videos that I've done. But then I say that I don't want to make promises about anything on my channel, like I said, so about not promising a date. I also don't want to promise that it's going to be a really long video and then record it and edit it and come to discover that it's only 20 minutes or something, you know, so we'll see. But my idea is that it'll probably be a longer video as well. And if that's something that you guys are interested in, I can definitely do more like deep dives and long form videos in the future, but we'll see after I make it. Yeah. Vou traduzir para português agora, porque eu acabo de falar bastante e eu estou a ficar ao ponto de estar um pouco... A cabeça já está um pouco frita. Então, foi colocada a pergunta... então, eu tinha começado a falar sobre os livros que eu ando a ler, porque uma retrospectiva do ano, eu comecei a falar um pouco do ano. Eu sei que só fiz o único vídeo este ano, que na verdade já é bastante, porque em 2023 eu não fiz nenhum. Eu acho que 2023... Desculpa. 2023 nem sequer fiz uma live, tipo, eu fiz uma live no dia 1 de janeiro em 2023 e não fiz grande coisa mesmo em 2023. Que eu tenho feito alguma coisa em 2024 é meio milagre, é um milagre tecnológico, pois fiz o upgrade do meu computador e realmente isso para mim foi um grande sucesso, porque agora tenho algo que consegue sustentar o peso de fazer estas lives e de fazer a edição e suportar tudo aquilo que eu quero fazer com ele. E por outros fatores, mas enfim, eu voltei ao vídeo individual, único, singelo, do português de Moçambique. Então eu publiquei esse vídeo há um mês, 2 meses, algo assim. Vão lá ver se ainda não o viram, mas foi o vídeo que eu fiz este ano. Mostrei o livro que eu andei a ler, pois este ano eu queria voltar às raízes de estudar as coisas e realmente engajar com esta parte do cérebro, porque 2023 eu andei muito ocupado no trabalho, com coisas familiares a acontecer na vida e sei lá, eu tinha perdido um pouco do foco a esse respeito, mas 2024 eu tinha o propósito de voltar, por exemplo, a ler os livros na minha estante, pois eu tenho uma estante aqui com livros acumulados ao longo do ano, pois eu comecei esta longa jornada, tipo, eu comecei a fazer vídeos sobre a língua portuguesa em 2016, que já lá vão 8 anos e meio de fazer vídeos sobre a língua portuguesa. E todos os vídeos sobre a língua portuguesa ainda estão disponíveis no meu canal. Eu nunca vou retirar... nunca diz nunca. Mas nunca digas nunca, porque sempre pode acontecer. Mas por enquanto eu não tenho planos de retirar qualquer vídeo do meu canal sobre a língua portuguesa. Agora, os vídeos que vão mais além, os vídeos mais antigos, que frequentemente não têm nada a ver, que todos não têm nada a ver com a língua portuguesa, na esmagadora maioria já não estão disponíveis no meu canal porque dão vergonha alheia de ver. Mas isso é porque isso fui eu com 20 e poucos anos e eu comecei a fazer os vídeos sobre a língua portuguesa com 20 e alguns anos, digamos assim. E pronto, ao longo deste tempo todo, estudar a língua portuguesa, mas tipo, estudar a linguística da língua portuguesa, estudar como funciona realmente de forma linguística a língua portuguesa, em que eu comecei a fazer pesquisa mais académica, mais na área da linguística mesmo, e também a trabalhar na área da linguística portuguesa, porque eu trabalho com serviços linguísticos. Se vocês não sabiam, pois eu trabalho em serviços linguísticos. Muitas vezes eu trabalho só com a língua inglesa, tipo, faço tudo e qualquer coisa, legendas, transcrição, etc. Mas também trabalho com a língua portuguesa. Eu faço traduções de inglês para português. De português para inglês. Raras vezes de inglês para português, mas sobretudo de português para inglês. Muitas vezes de teor académico, ou seja, eu traduzo teses de mestrado, doutoramento, etc., ou ensaios, artigos, qualquer coisa, mas nesse âmbito académico. Faz grande parte do meu trabalho no mundo real. Então, quando eu digo que sou linguista, é tipo, eu trabalho com serviços linguísticos, muitas vezes com a língua portuguesa, que precisa que eu tenha um conhecimento da língua portuguesa muito aprofundado. Preciso de conhecer a língua portuguesa em profundidade, todas as funções da língua portuguesa, toda a ciência atrás do funcionamento da língua portuguesa, para fazer boa parte do meu trabalho. É por isso. E isso começou com a ideia que eu tive em 2016 de começar a fazer vídeos sobre a língua portuguesa, porque eu queria manter o meu português de Lisboa, porque eu estudei português, ganhei fluência em português em Lisboa, morando lá durante 3 anos. 3 anos muito formativos na minha vida. E é isso. Eu vou dizer também aqui que foi por isso que Portugal marcou tanta presença na minha vida e mudou todo o rumo da minha vida, e é por causa disso que eu sempre quis manter o meu português, um português europeu, um português genuíno, para com a minha situação pessoal, particular, do meu rumo da vida. Enfim, venho acumulando livros na minha estante, como mostrei a falar inglês, e eu resolvi este ano ler esses livros. Muitas vezes estes livros contêm coisas tipo artigos que já li, ou são de autores que conheci através de outros artigos, etc, etc, etc. Tipo, tem livros, blá, 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 eu vou comprando porque me interessam, mas por um motivo ou outro, durante anos, não li esses livros. Comecei a ler estes livros e com o intuito de não deixar algum livro, tipo, eu não queria deixar nenhum livro não lido na minha estante. E em boa parte consegui isto este ano. Tipo, tenho mais um livro só de ler para completar a estante da linguística, porque eu tenho outros livros na língua portuguesa ainda por ler que não li, mas pronto. Eu acho que foi por aí. E por falar da etimologia, foi-me perguntado se eu acho que atualizar a escrita para seguir as mudanças fónicas na língua é boa ideia ou não, para ter tipo uma amostra do que vai ser o vídeo que vou fazer, porque eu acabo de dizer que eu quero fazer um vídeo sobre a história completa da ortografia portuguesa. Vai ser o próximo vídeo, porque fiquei super inspirado ao ler o livro sobre o acordo ortográfico de 1986 e todo o processo porque passou. Então, o que posso dizer? Não para responder exatamente diretamente à pergunta, mas para responder à pergunta, eu comecei a aprender português num tempo em que o novo acordo ortográfico estava a ser aplicado. Tinha começado, eu acho que em 2010. Não me venham cobrar datas exatas, pois, como eu disse antes, o meu cérebro está bastante frito agora a estas alturas da noite. Mas enfim, eu cheguei a Portugal no início de 2012 e comecei a aprender português lá para o início de 2012, quando o novo acordo ortográfico estava a começar a ser aplicado em Portugal legalmente. Tinha entrado em vigor e estava dentro do prazo de fazer a transição por todos os efeitos, em todos os âmbitos oficiais, etc, etc, etc. Tipo, o novo acordo ortográfico era novo. E muitos dos cronistas, autores, etc, blá 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 blá, que eu comecei a ler em português, para aprender português, que eu achava interessantes em português, também eram anti-acordo ortográfico. E, portanto, durante muitos anos, eu também seguia a mesma lógica de ser anti-acordo ortográfico. Mas o que aconteceu com isso foi que quando eu comecei a fazer mais pesquisa linguística e a pensar realmente nos porquês da situação, eu comecei a dar conta de que eu não concordava tanto com isso e que eu acho que, primeiramente, o novo acordo ortográfico já entrou em vigor. Não há volta atrás. Não há marcha atrás. Continua em vigor. Está em vigor. É a forma como os putos escrevem agora. Tipo, que os putos andam a aprender a escrever. Ou seja, o jovem que escreve agora, hoje em dia, vai ter tanto apego ao novo acordo ortográfico quando for velho, quanto os velhos de hoje têm ao acordo ortográfico de 45, que tanto amam, adoram, que tanto zelam. Enfim, quando os pais ou os avós dessa criança morrerem, com eles também morre o acordo ortográfico anterior. Não sei se me faço entender, mas tipo, os jovens de hoje em dia vão ser o futuro da língua e da escrita da língua portuguesa. E para eles, o novo acordo ortográfico é a forma de escrever. É assim que aprendem a escrever e é assim que vão continuar a vida toda a escrever. Porque realmente a parte emocional da escrita vem dos nossos hábitos e da forma como nós crescemos. Tipo, formamos opiniões sobre as formas corretas de escrever e de fazer as coisas porque simplesmente fazíamos isso enquanto éramos jovens. E fomos ensinados assim. Porque sim, não tem de haver alguma lógica. Tipo, é só fazemos assim porque é assim. E conseguimos defendê-lo com mil e mais um motivo, mil e mais uma razão. Ok, tudo bem, é melhor ou não é melhor. Mas o simples facto é que temos o acordo ortográfico. Primeiramente, é mais conveniente segui-lo, porque já temos. Mas também, linguisticamente, enquanto pessoa que tem a língua portuguesa como língua secundária, há muitas questões que o acordo ortográfico resolve para pessoas que aprendem a língua, que realmente a trabalhavam. Eu não acho que as letras mudas servissem tanto para a língua portuguesa quanto os defensores acham que apertavam para a língua portuguesa. Agora, tudo são opiniões, podemos concordar ou discordar, toda a gente vai escrever do jeito que escreve e está tudo bem com isso, está tudo ótimo com isso. Tipo, ninguém devia ser forçado a escrever na vida pessoal, pelo menos. Tipo, de qualquer jeito. Agora, oficialmente, em administrações públicas ou nas escolas ou o que quer que seja, sim, devia ser o acordo ortográfico, porque isso é o que está, o que entrou em vigor legalmente. Mas, tipo, na vida pessoal, escrevamos como convém. Não há nada de mal nisso. Mas pronto, é assim que eu comecei a pensar depois de estudar a coisa. A língua portuguesa e a linguística portuguesa, tipo, o acordo ortográfico é muito, muito, muito longe de perfeito. O acordo ortográfico é tão imperfeito que chega a ser cómico às vezes. Das coisas que não resolveu, das coisas que ficaram ainda mais confusas, ou sei lá, há muitas coisas que são muito imperfeitas do acordo ortográfico, mas eu considero que o acordo ortográfico traz mais vantagens do que não traz. Baseado na linguística por trás das decisões tomadas. E é por causa disso que eu comecei em 2020 a usar e aplicar o acordo ortográfico à minha escrita, às legendas que eu coloco nos vídeos. Por exemplo, se vocês forem ver os vídeos mais antigos no meu canal, eu não uso o acordo ortográfico, mas agora eu comecei a postar vídeos regularmente em 2020, ou no fim de 2019, e coloco legendas sempre com acordo ortográfico, porque eu tomei a decisão, conscientemente, disso tudo. E pronto. O meu vídeo não vai ter toda a secção de opiniões, de achismos, da minha perspectiva. O vídeo vai tratar de só cronologia e realmente como se desenvolveu a ortografia portuguesa. Eu quero fazer uma história completa da ortografia portuguesa. Não vou prometer absolutamente nada, merda nenhuma, neste canal. Portanto, eu não quero prometer que o vídeo vá ser longo, mas tenho a ideia na mente que vai ser um vídeo mais longo do que o habitual neste canal. Pode ser que eu faça toda a gravação do vídeo e a edição do vídeo e que acabe por ser tipo 20 minutos. Nada de mais. Mas também pode ser um vídeo de 30 minutos ou mais. Teremos de ver. Vamos ter que ver. Simples assim. Não vou prometer que seja um vídeo muito, muito, muito longo, mas também vai ser um vídeo mais em detalhe, mais em profundidade do que o habitual no canal, porque realmente estamos ao ponto no canal, em termos dos vídeos, que temos que abordar as coisas de forma mais em profundidade ou temas um pouco mais complexos. Então, tem disso também. Então, pode ser que seja um vídeo mais longo, e se vocês gostarem desse tipo de formato mais profundo, mais em detalhe, talvez seja interessante eu continuar a fazer vídeos assim. Mas pronto, é essa a pequena amostra do que vai ser o vídeo e um pouco dos meus pensamentos sobre o acordo ortográfico. Realmente cada um é livre de escrever como quiser. Eu não... Claro que eu acho um pouco teimoso continuar a escrever com o acordo antigo, mas também eu não lhes quito a razão àqueles que continuam a escrever da forma como aprenderam. Por exemplo, tipo, eu não vejo nada de mau nisso também. Pronto. Okay, we're going on 3.5 hours. The chat has definitely crawled to a halt, which is totally fine, cool, calm, and kosher for me, but it is also like 2:30 in the morning in Barcelona, so I think you all know where this is headed. I'm going to read what was commented on, but exciting time to be alive for a Portuguese language nerd. It was very... I really went to Portugal at the wildest, most exciting possible time. You're binge eating right now. Love that. I definitely went to Portugal at the most exciting possible time that I think you really could go, and had some of my most formative adult years as a young person there. So Portugal really changed my life in very many big ways. Um, Saí para tomar banho e voltei agora. Olha, Henrique, já deves saber que eu vou ficar aqui uns 20 minutos à meia hora ainda a gabar. Tipo, eu vou. Tens um pouco de tempo ainda pela frente. Yeah, like I really went to Portugal at just this is the absolute most interesting possible time, both of my life, but also in Portugal, because Portugal was still under the effects of the crisis, the economic crisis, but it was in this transitionary phase of like also linguistically, but then also with like how it was being opened up touristically to the world and discovered by sort of the Western world and all of these things. Like I was there before the boom of tourism and stuff. So when I went to Portugal was just a really, 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 really special moment, not just for me, but also just in sort of the modern contemporary history of Portugal as a country. It was really, really cool how all of that happened. I mean, it was very serendipitous. Even you can have a perfectly phonetic or phonemic orthography for languages, it's also like the political side to it may not necessarily be simple either, right? The political side to the Portuguese orthography is complicated is the easiest word to say, but that's, doesn't even do it justice, to be really honest with you. Yeah, I'm honestly surprised you're still conscious. It's like 2 a.m. Yeah, it is like 2 a.m. It's like 2:30 a.m. here. This is a pretty normal time for me to be awake until, though. Actually, I am usually awake until about 3 or 4 most of the time, to be really honest with you. I really, really am. Like, I really, really am. Oh, I thought I didn't end up actually posting that. I was live on YouTube. Well, okay. Okay, I thought I posted that when I started the live. Guess I didn't. I hope people found it on YouTube anyway. Anyway, I'm often up until like 3 or 4 in the morning. This is very normal for me. Yeah. He never sleeps. I do sleep. I actually usually sleep like 7.5 to 8.5 hours a night. People think I don't sleep, but I sleep a lot. I just sleep a lot when people in the United States are also sleeping. So people, my hours often like line up pretty nicely with hours that people are also awake in the US. I've never seen Edward Cullen and Sasha in the same room, please. Please. I'm binge eating right now. What are you binge eating, Julie? Tell me what you're eating. Is it anything good? Been great hearing it and learning about the language. It seems so gorgeous there. Yeah, Portugal is really, really, really beautiful. I loved living in Lisbon because it was like my home, and the things that I did on a day-to-day basis truly was like living in a postcard. Spicy ramen rice and kimchi dumplings. It sounds amazing. That sounds so good. Yeah, and honestly, just every corner, everything is always just so, in Lisbon especially, is always so gorgeous. Barcelona has its, moments for sure. But I would say Lisbon is significantly more beautiful than Barcelona, just as like a baseline standard. Yeah. Lisbon is amazing. I only regret having left before I got my citizenship there, but life takes the turns it takes, so I can't really complain. But I would have liked to have gotten citizenship there before I left. Yeah. So to wrap this up and to kind of give un point final, closing sort of point to this live, we'll probably go to close. Hey Andrew, welcome to my live. We're kind of at the last part of it because my brain is really fried from translating and talking for 3.5 hours. But we've got a little bit left because I was about to say that for this last little bit, I want to kind of like talk about some of the things I want to do in 2025 around here. I've already talked about the next video that I want to do. I'm gonna do another video soon, probably like the first quarter of the year. It might be as soon as a month from now. It might be sooner. It might not be that soon. I don't know. I'd ideally like it to be in the next couple of months, but I, again, will not promise anything just because every time I promise stuff on my channel, poof, I disappear for 2 years, so I don't want to do that. Oh, Andrew, just so you know, I translate all of my lives to Portuguese from what I say in English, and then vice versa. So if you hear me speaking in Portuguese, I'll get right back to English, and vice versa. And all of my links and all of my stuff you can check out if you want. All this stuff on the screen. But yeah, so 2025, what I'm kind of hoping to do is to be able to come back on lives and talk about stuff that is kind of relevant to my channel, but maybe also let people get to know me more, and maybe also do that more in Portuguese, but like connect a little bit more that way, but also just have a reason to do the lives, because I don't want to just sit here. I kind of can't just sit here and just talk with no purpose. There's always going to be some kind of a purpose for me to like come on live and talk. For me right now, that's because it's the end of the year and I get kind of sentimental thinking about things that have been going on over the course of the year. I'm just really, really happy and grateful that I've been able to sort of get back into a more intellectual mode of being, and have the kind of technological kind of push to be able to scratch the creative itch in my brain that also uses that kind of intellectual output as another form of output, if that makes sense. And so my goal for the next year is to continue doing that and to have more reasons to come on here and be on here more often. I don't want to spend 2 years not making videos and not coming on live again, because honestly, like, this is such an outlet for me that I need to like use my brain, and I like need to have an outlet for these kind of things, and this is like one of the best ways to do it for me. And I love getting on live and talking to people, and I love getting derailed when the chat is being wild. It's really fun, and it's really fun when people like actually engage with the things that I do and actually like learn something or whatever. Like, I think that's really cool. I think it's honestly pretty wild that all these crazy people who live in my phone can see this thing that little old me is doing, sitting here talking basically to myself in front of a camera, and actually get something out of it. So yeah, I just want to, my goal, wild, you never. I just want to I would love to grow my bookshelf. Like I was just saying about how I was reading all of my books. I think I have I think I'm finishing my last book that I hadn't read, that I had accumulated from my linguistics section. I have more books in Portuguese to read still, but I just am working on my last linguistics book that I need to read, and then I'd like to honestly expand my bookshelf more, which will mean continuing to read more. And I have a lot of articles in I have a big research folder for articles on linguistics and things like that. A lot of times anytime I do research for my videos, I keep all of the articles that I read. I save them. I don't just read them once and then not look at them again. I save all of those articles, and then I in the process always accumulate a whole bunch of other things that are not necessarily related to the video specifically that I'm making. So I would love to actually thoroughly read all of those and continue on expanding on that too, and making videos like that. So my goal kind of for the new year would to hopefully get back into it a little bit more and like come do this a little bit more often, especially now that it actually works. Like, I don't know, my old lives were fun, but like it wasn't this chill. You know, it wasn't this chill. We didn't have the jump scare buy me a coffee notification back then. Let me just tell you that much. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. I'm just really glad that I was able to like do that. I'm gonna translate that to Portuguese, and then we're gonna see where we go with that. But Henrique, é engraçado porque eu fui alfabetizado quando os livros didáticos começaram a ser publicados com um novo acordo ortográfico, então escrevo da forma nova, mas sempre consciente quando uma palavra mudou. Sim, há toda uma geração que tem essa consciência, mas também há gerações que não. Já existem gerações tipo de pessoas mais novas ainda que já não têm essa consciência, tipo, só escrevem. E esse período de transição foi muito interessante. Honestamente, ter vivido esse período linguisticamente, mas também culturalmente e a nível pessoal para o meu crescimento em Portugal, esses anos que eu morei em Portugal, antes do boom turístico, na transição ortográfica, na transição política por causa da crise, tudo foram anos absolutamente incríveis de eu ter vivido, experienciado e tal. E extremamente formativos para mim também, enquanto pessoa, mas também extremamente formativos para o país em termos contemporâneos também. Então eu acho que foi algo extraordinário de ter vivido. Eu só me arrependo de não ter conseguido o passaporte português de cidadania portuguesa antes de me mudar para cá, para Barcelona, mas eu não tinha outra hipótese naquela altura, pois a vida dá as voltas que dá. Infeliz, lamentável, mas foi o que foi, então não se pode fazer outra coisa senão isso. Talvez um dia, não é? Toda a gente ficou preocupada por causa da hora, porque já lá vão 3 horas e 40 minutos e todos já sabem que a live tem que acabar uma hora ou outra, mas eu tinha um par de outras coisas para dizer, umas pequenas reflexões sobre eu sinto tipo certa gratidão por ter conseguido e mantido essa coisa de recomeçar a estudar, vamos dizer assim, tipo de reativar o cérebro por causa do momento pessoal que eu passei em 2023. Tipo, em 2023 eu fiz uma live só no dia 1 de janeiro. Não fiz vídeos. Eu não quero ficar tanto tempo sem fazer vídeos porque para mim é uma forma de fazer algo criativo. Eu gosto muito de fazer coisas criativas. Para mim fazer algo criativo é algo essencial na minha vida, mas também de engajar o cérebro e de ter essa parte um pouco mais intelectual na vida também é muito importante e fundamental, eu diria fundamental. Para mim, eu não gosto de passar tanto tempo sem fazer vídeos. Para mim, os vídeos são a parte criativa dessa capacidade intelectual e dão motivo de continuar a estudar, de ficar... Ryan, please. De continuar a estudar, de continuar a aprender coisas novas sobre a linguística, de ficar atual com as tendências e com as novidades que vão saindo na área da linguística portuguesa, de sempre expandir os horizontes, por usar uma frase clichê dessas. Ampliar os horizontes. Mas é mesmo assim, para mim é mesmo assim, tipo, é preciso ter algum, eu preciso de algum ímpeto para fazer estas coisas e realmente sentar-me a ler um livro dessas, tipo, e agora eu quero expandir a estante, agora que já estão a acabar os livros de linguística portuguesa na estante, eu quero expandir a estante, não é? Encher a estante com mais livros de linguística portuguesa, porque em 2025 o que eu gostava de fazer realmente é ter motivo de voltar aqui a fazer as lives, ter o que dizer, tipo, ter temas, ter tópicos, assuntos, como queres que seja, mas eu gostava de ter motivo para voltar para cá para falar sobre coisas, sobre a língua portuguesa, sobre mim, para vos dar a conhecer um pouco melhor quem sou eu, coisas do género. Eu gosto de falar convosco. Eu gosto muito de falar convosco. Eu gosto muito de aprender coisas novas de vocês. Aqui no canal, no chat. Eu gosto quando o chat se diverte. Eu gosto quando o chat se diverte. Com coisas nada a ver. É engraçado. Eu acho impressionante cada vez que publico alguma coisa ou que faço uma live. E há pessoas de todos os cantos do mundo que vêm ver o que eu publiquei ou o que eu ando a dizer em tempo real. Tipo, é absolutamente extraordinário. Eu acho completamente louco que eu posso fazer uma coisa só para manter a arte criativa de fazer uma coisa, de criar alguma coisa e ter pessoas que realmente veem estas coisas e que gostam destas coisas, que apreciam o que eu faço. Isso para mim é uma coisa incrível e então eu quero continuar a fazer. Eu não quero que seja outra seca de 2 anos a repetir sem conteúdos aqui. Então a meta para 2025, 5 anos depois da eclosão da pandemia. Uau. A meta para 2025 é continuar a fazer vídeos, é continuar a fazer coisas e eu não vou prometer a frequência, mas tipo, a ter mais do que já fiz em 2024 e de certeza 2023, porque em 2023 eu não fiz nada, mas voltar a fazer coisas aqui e ter motivo, tipo, qualquer que seja a forma, mas ter motivo para voltar aqui. Essa é a meta para 2025. Tipo, eu queria falar um pouco sobre isso. Se eu disse mais alguma coisa, eu já não me lembro. Desculpem lá, mas foi isso que eu acabo de dizer em inglês. E vamos ver o que vou dizer para concluir aqui. Yeah, so does anybody have any final thoughts? Please. Not chic. Yeah. Does anybody have any final thoughts? Does anybody have any final questions that they want to ask me? Because I am certainly... I'm not going to say an open book, but I will certainly answer your questions to the best of my ability, so long as they are adequate for me answering on this channel. Exactly, Ryan. Exactly. Julie, yeah, that one brain cell's really getting used today, isn't it? Okay, well, this has been very fun. I want to thank everybody who's been here. If you have been watching this on YouTube and you've made it all the way to the end, I don't want to say the cliche thing, please leave a comment telling me that you got it here to the end. But like, you know, if you got all the way to the end and you're hearing this right now, let me know. And I just want everybody to know that I appreciate you so very, very, very much. It is still so cool to me that I can come back from 2 years of not doing anything on YouTube and have a bunch of people who want to watch and who are going to engage in the chat like this. And the fact that people buy me coffee is actually insane to me. But I do appreciate all of you who have. And the fact that people are still subscribed and that they're still watching my videos and stuff, like, I really love that. Thank you all so very, very much. It really made 2024 a lot more meaningful for me, and it really gave me purpose in a lot of ways to be able to do something like that in 2024, and I would like to continue that energy into 2025. The calendar changes, but we do not change very much as people just because of that, so, you know, life is gonna keep on going, but like, as far as the calendar year is kind of bookending and things are going, I just want to say I am very grateful for how 2024 has gone. I think it's so passe and so boring when people are like, oh, the year was so horrible. Everything sucked and I just can't wait for the new year. Because I don't like to live life that way. Like, even when bad things are happening, I think there are things to learn from that. And I think that, like, it's not the year's fault. If you're always having a terrible year and looking forward to the new year to wipe the slate clean, then like maybe the call is coming from inside the house, is how I look at the world. So I had a great 2024 because I used it in a way that for me was meant to sort of like learn things always. And I think that being able to come on here and come back to YouTube helped me do that. And I'm really happy and glad for all of you who have been accompanying me in the process. So thank you all very much. I hope everybody has a great new year. Happy Hanukkah to everybody who happens to watch this and celebrate, although I feel like there's not very many who do. But thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for making 2024 just a little bit better and more meaningful for me. That's been really wonderful to come back to this. And now I'm going to say it in Portuguese. Sim, agora já lá vão quase 4 horas. Temos que acabar esta live, porque eu não posso mais. O meu cérebro está frito. Mas enfim, o que eu queria dizer é... O que eu queria fazer também era olhar as notificações que eu tenho aqui. Desculpem lá. O que eu queria dizer era que ter podido voltar aos vídeos em 2024 tem sido uma coisa extraordinária para mim, porque voltar aos vídeos depois de 2 anos, eu não tinha esperança alguma, mas alguma, que todo o pessoal fosse voltar aos vídeos, fosse acompanhar tudo que eu faço. Tipo, voltar a ver o vídeo que eu publico. Pois eu publiquei um vídeo, mas... e acompanhar estas lives e engajar com o conteúdo, tipo... eu pensei que YouTube me teria abandonado, porque realmente eu abandonei YouTube durante 2 anos, eu não tinha esperança alguma que alguém fosse interessado mais a ver as coisas que eu faço aqui. Então eu sinto uma imensa gratidão a todos que viram o vídeo que eu publiquei este ano e que vieram ver a live e que estão a ver a live depois. Para todos aqueles que estão a ver a live e chegaram até este ponto no vídeo depois da live. Aquela frase clichê de comenta alguma coisa lá em baixo se chegaste até este ponto. Mas tipo, eu gostava muito de saber das pessoas que chegaram a este ponto do vídeo, porque são quase 4 horas. Eu sei que há pessoas que colocam o vídeo no fundo para fazer outras coisas, mas tipo, comenta alguma coisa ou diz-me alguma coisa nos DMs, sei lá. Sou muito grato a todos por fazerem esta aventura no YouTube algo tangível para mim, porque para o meu 2024 foi algo bastante importante para mim. Tipo, eu voltei a uma coisa que para mim era muito importante, muito necessária. Esse sentimento de abandono para mim não é saudável, e eu tinha a ideia em 2024 de fazer as coisas com um pouco mais de consciência. Eu queria ser mais consciente com as coisas e realmente voltar a fazer uma coisa destas e ter público, pessoas interessadas, pessoas reais, a gostar dos vídeos e até a apoiarem-me com café desta coisa lá em baixo, que para mim é algo absolutamente louco. Agradeço a todos que o fizeram. Mas para mim tudo isto é absolutamente incrível. Sou muito grato, porque eu não tinha esperança disso. E eu quero continuar a fazer isto em 2025, porque realmente dá-me um pouco mais de sentido à vida e eu gosto de engajar com este lado de mim. E realmente eu não gosto desse tipo de pensamento de o ano foi péssimo, que veio... Where the fuck did that come from? Eu não gosto desse tipo de pensamento de o ano foi péssimo, não, eu quero que venha logo o ano novo, blá blá blá, porque o calendário não determina o que está a acontecer nas nossas vidas. Tipo, eu acho que a gente que pensa assim devia ter um pouco mais de introspeção, porque realmente se todos os anos estão assim e se cada ano é um novo começo, tipo, olha, o problema não é o calendário, o problema és tu. Mas é assim que eu penso, tipo, o calendário não determina como vivemos a nossa vida. Mas já que temos o calendário a acabar, tipo o ano do calendário a acabar, é bom refletir um pouco sobre o que aconteceu. E para mim, eu gosto de viver a vida de forma a aprender sempre uma coisa nova, de crescer através da aprendizagem. E para mim o ano foi bom. Eu aprendi muito neste ano e aprendi muito com as experiências deste ano. Alex Kazakov, hi, you're welcome. We're kind of at the end of the video and I'm kind of explaining some things in Portuguese, but hi, welcome. Eu aprendi muito através de experiências, através de literalmente estudar, de decisões conscientes tomadas por mim ao longo do ano. E quero continuar a ser assim em 2025, tipo, sempre com a ideia de crescer e de progredir de alguma forma que faz com que a vida tenha mais sentido. E vocês fizeram grande parte disso para mim neste fim do ano de 2024 e espero que seja assim também em 2025. Então, muito obrigado a todos também por me acompanharem aqui, porque realmente foi uma grande surpresa para mim. Eu sou muito grato. Okay, I'm gonna close this off. Sorry, Alex, you literally got here right at the end. We are about to end, but the video will stay up if you want to watch it. Watch it back. We talked about a whole bunch of stuff, honestly. But yeah, thank you everybody who came. I'm gonna end the live here. But thank you all so much for coming. Thank you all to everybody who bought me a coffee and jump scared me with that notification. Thank you all very much. I really do appreciate that as well. It's very, very kind and generous of you. And yeah, I am not gonna promise when I'm gonna do my next live, but I am gonna do another live when I do my next video, I will say. So we're not gonna end this until a new song comes on. Oh my god. Why is it silent? Okay, there she goes. There she goes. All right. Now we can end the stream. All right. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate all of you. Y'all are wonderful. Have a happy new year. Be well, and I hope to see you again soon with a new video that we can talk about and also not talk about in my next live that will accompany that video. But for now, Since it's about 3 o'clock in the morning here, I'm gonna go. Thank you all so much. E agora em português eu vou só dizer, para concluir, que muito obrigado a todos por acompanharem-me, por me acompanharem hoje. A próxima live vai acompanhar o vídeo que eu vou fazer sobre o acordo ortográfico, sobre a história da ortografia portuguesa. E vou concluir aqui, porque já lá vão 4 horas da live e 3 horas da manhã. Muito obrigado a todos. E eu tinha dito mais alguma coisa. Olhem, sei lá, já não sei, mas eu vou concluir aqui. Muito obrigado a todos. Até à próxima. Feliz ano novo, feliz 2025. Foi isso, pelo amor de Deus. Feliz 2025. Fiquem bem e até à próxima. Muito obrigado. Tchau, pessoal.